Hey, party people. We are finally here. Forgive me for my tardiness. Let's get this show on the road.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party peoples. How is y'all doing? Hey. Oh, Jada, you new girl. How are you doing, mama? I think the free list is closed. I gathered that yesterday. Um, oh, I am doing better, y'all. I needed that shower, I'm telling y'all. Okay. We are having the full moon in my sun. So your girl's low on energy. Okay. All this releasing and optimizing is making me low. But I'm doing good. Glad for all of the updates that are about to take place. Some of these seeds from February are actually going to be sort of culminating. So it's going to be a nice little season. How are you guys finding the Pisces full moon so far? How's it been for you guys? Because we're like closing out old cycles. We're about to begin new phases of, old seeds that we've planted. How is it? Oh, I am good, Mama. Have you ever visited? No, I have not visited America, Ari. Love to. It's on the cards. That's between me and God, but there's future plans. There's future plans. I've actually got lots of family over in the States. So it's on the cards sooner rather than later, actually. I've had a couple of invites recently this year from family to come over and visit and stuff. I just wasn't really down with the get down. I'm not gonna lie. It's very tense in the US of A's. So I'm working around to it though. Who knows? Maybe I don't think next year is on the cards. I'm not gonna lie. We'll see how it goes because my mum's planning trips. We always have like a girls' trip. So if mom's compensating, I am there. Okay. Oh, thanks, Jada. Listen, this is a little concoction of some ratchet and some UK English and slang and amalgamation of some Caribbean in there too. Hey, Svetlana. I think the free list is closed. The donation list is open. Oh, Mama Mina is taking a nap. Feel free to help out with the list, guys. I know Mina's out at the minute. Oh, who we got in the room though? Hey, Smara. Ari, I said hey, so amazing. Lovely to have you. Kay, how are you doing, girl? You're looking much more beautiful today. Oh, thank you. On your face speaks volumes. Listen, I'm telling you, I had to get that. I was looking how I felt before I came into this space, so I'm glad I managed to shower that off. Y'all should have seen me like 40 minutes ago. It was a whole other vibe. Oh, dang. Listen. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Visit Florida. Definitely. Cali's getting a hit up. NYC, I've got family in New York. So that's definitely getting a hit up. So it's on the cards. It's on the cards. Timing is everything. But yes, Mama, manifest me over there. Okay, put that energy over there. I'm coming. I'm with it. I'm definitely open to planting some of those seeds. It's the right energy for it as well. Okay, Hershey Park in Philly, in Pennsylvania. Yes. Oh, yeah. New Orleans is definitely my vibration. Okay. All that spook, I want it. So it's on the cards. Been manifesting that one for a minute now. Like when I do eventually come over to the States, I think I'm gonna be over there for a while. From what I see, but that's like future timeline. Eventually I'll live there for a little period of time. But again, that's between me and God. That's like 40s Shikima and then some. So yeah. Yeah. Las Vegas for sure. I don't know if that's gonna bring back my little gambling situation. I used to count guys on the roulette because my mind loves to like, I love to unpack, right? So I'd unpack their patterns and sequence and stuff. One night I made like 20K, no, 15K from like 20 pounds during counting, and then I lost it all. Because it was just for the fun of it, I guess. My vibration fell real low. I was tired, y'all. By the time the morning came and I realized that I did my goal, self-sabotage hit in. But yes, and the great, what a name. Lovely to have you. Um, I feel like you wouldn't move to America. That no, it's not for me. Not for me. But oh, and stop at the Mall of America in Minnesota. Visit every definitely. It is on the cards. I'm looking forward to it. And this conversation was just further validation, like I love that. Maybe Portland. Oh, guys, I'm loving this. I'm loving that this chat is, listen, guys, okay, let's take notes. Road trip, okay? They're putting some suggestions out there. This is like the best reviews are word of mouth. So this is always good feedback to get. You're getting an authentic review of the situation. So I love that. Thank you guys for that. The Northeast is great to visit, but not to live in unless we're talking about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the best state in the Northeast. Okay. Rather, yeah, definitely. I like places where the vibration's pretty calm. Like I don't mind visiting where it's like city, but I can't live in city. I learned that from living in London. Now I live on the outskirts of London where the energy is kind of like, when you see a wave and it's kind of like coming down, but you still see it pushing in. I'm getting some of those like pushed in waves. I'm in Essex, and that's nice enough for me. I can't really do the intense city, fast-paced movement. That's a lot. My energy gets very staticky. So yeah, definitely. Colorado, definitely. I think I've got family in Colorado as well. Am I thinking of the right place? I think so. Yeah. Oh, Texas sounds great, Mama. I'm definitely. My little sister had cheerleading competition in Atlanta. She loved it. Definitely hit up the A. Okay. For sure. Okay. Oh, Phoenix, definitely. Oh, I love all of these talks. Definitely put it out there for me, guys. We go manifest it. Okay. Hopefully, I'm ready for the timeline because these timelines keep jerking me into places where I'm like thinking, oh, I'm going to go into here. And God's like, nah, mama. It's not on the cards. I got other scenes in mind for you. Oh, hey, Ash. I did see you pop into the chat as well. Hey, Rika. Oh, Rika, you're gonna have to cut, girl. You're gonna have to listen. So my timing for being here is about 4.5 hours, 5 at the most, because I've got life tomorrow. Sorry, I'm grabbing my charge because it seems like we're sort of navigating against some Mercury retrograde energy. So yeah, hence the delay, guys. It was like a whole day and then some delay, but I'm with it. I'm here. You said Boston sounds cool as well. New Jersey, definitely. I think I've got family out in Jersey as well. Thank you. Thank you. So amazing. Yeah, definitely. She's like a major part of this whole setup. But the guide said that she's napping if we can sort of like, pick up her little slack just for a little bit. She needs to sort of get, optimized as well to come into the space because she's going to sit out the whole time with us right until the very morning as well. Like I already had a nap today. I had a nap before this. I was like, guys, how's the forecast looking for tonight? Do you think I have enough energy to like get through? They're like, nah, girl, take a nap. We might be a minute. So yeah, definitely needed. Wegmans is the best grocery store in America. Okay. Where's grocery store? Oh, why? What's so special about Wegmans? What do they do? Is it like special fruits and veg? Is it the vibe? What is it? I met one person from, who wasn't nice. Oh, Long Island. Not cute, Long Island. See, this is what I mean about word of mouth. Best reviews and feedback, okay? You know how to like dip your toes into the vibrations of where you're going. PayPal is in the description. It's consciously co-netted, I think. I've been copying and pasting the details for so long. I should really get better at that, but I'm working on it. Right, guys, let me go and see if I can find the list, and we're gonna start diving into stuff. Absolutely, she isn't keeping well since morning. Oh, hope she feels. Oh, bless her. Bless her. Listen, I forgot. This is happening in what's Pisces for her? I think she said her moon's Pisces. So this one's going to be affecting her emotionally. She's kind of like going through an emotional purge for this cycle. So I can imagine, listen, my ego is getting updated and this is exhausting on my body. So I can only imagine if her emotional body is kind of like updating as well. That must be like really exhausting because I'm definitely feeling it. I'd like more information on the new relationships that will be coming into my life. Oh, are you first on the list, Kay? Oh, Ireland looks fun. I have to call her an ex-friend because I did remove myself from the situation. Nothing that she did or I did. I think I was just updating and I kind of like knew that I was going to be going somewhere else. And I just didn't leave the space too well. I was just like, girl, I have to go. Like God's taking me into a different direction. And I just kind of like blocked and deleted. That was my block and delete phase. That was like late 20s, like third quarters of the 20s. I've learned since then, okay? Sometimes people do get blocked and deleted, but it's only when necessary. Certain situations, I can have the conversation and face the conflict and tension afterwards now. Your girl's grown. Yes. One more. We also have a lot of good, definitely. You see hypocrite. IHOP is good, definitely. Hey, Melanie. Thank you, Mama. Lady T. Hey, my love. Free list is closed. Beautiful. Donation list is open. Mina usually does all of this. But yes, my moderator's kind of, taking a little bit of a downtime. She is low. Can we get a list going, guys? Where's the list? Please and thank you. I'm trying to, there we go. I found a list. Dang, that was at after 7. Oh, Mina must be knackered. Okay, so I've got a list. I am going to, okay. Right. Definitely stopping at Target. Target's like Primark over here, okay? And I love a good Primani. That part. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sammy. Thank you, beautiful people. I've got this list that I find. Oh, hell yes. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Primark, definitely. Yeah. Ireland is definitely fun. Definitely. My sister literally, she is living her best life. Okay. I tell her all the time, you manifested a really nice life for yourself. Like your formative years are actually so like bomb that your adult years are actually looking like a good trajectory depending on how you kind of make decisions. And that she went to Dubai earlier this year. Yeah. She actually is going to be doing her own little travel stuff. She's out here on social media. Little cutie. I wish I could go to Disney World on Halloween. Hell yes. Love that idea. We should plan a trip, guys, and we'll just meet up at Disneyland for Halloween. Love that idea, Ari. Let's put it out there. We'll manifest that in the future. We'll do a little gang meetup. Then we'll find somewhere down there to like do a little moon ritual release. Depending on what moon it is. We might be manifesting, bringing in some seeds if it's a new moon. Full moon, we might be releasing some ish. You know, I love a good moon work. Definitely. I've been slowing down with the manifesting at the minute because it's you girls navigating through several timelines at the minute. It's a lot. A whole lot, right? That's lit, Ari. Definitely. Yeah, the free list is closed, Lady T. Yeah, join us next week. Donation list is open. Europe, definitely, definitely. I visited a couple places in Europe. Have I? Yeah, I've been to Amsterdam. I had to go there. That was actually the first place I visited in Europe. I've been to Greece as well. In Europe. Will Turkey be in Europe? I don't even know. But yeah, visited Turkey a couple of times as well. Turkey's lovely. It's actually like the people there are always a vibe. Fun place to be. We're gonna go and dive into it, guys. Before I get, Transylvania. Yes, definitely. Guys, I hope you're taking notes. Sorry, guys. Sidebar with the guides. Hope they're taking notes because I definitely want to hit all these places up. I'll have my brood with me by the time I get these places ticked off the list. But it would be nice for me and the family. Okay. Archangel Samuel, can I get some assistance, please? I'm looking for a case. Yes, there we go. Thank you. That's how you do it. Right, Kay, we're going to go and dive into it. It took us a while to get there. We're like 18 minutes in. Not bad. I mean, it's been worse before, but I loved the suggestions, guys. And we put like a little date out there for Disneyland as well. I love that for our little friendship date. I'd love to catch up with you guys at Disneyland. That's right up my street. Okay. Right. So Kay wants to know more about the new relationships that will be coming into her life. Oh, that's so nice, Mama. Already that's feeling like good energy for you. It's feeling like supportive energy for you. So let's see what the cards are saying. Okay. Come on, guys. What are the new relationships looking like for our girl Kay? Talk to me about it. Okay. Oh, it's the whole thing. It's the whole thing, Mama. It's the whole thing. Okay. Oh. So, undertone of this situation, right? We've got the death card. Definitely transformation that may be taking place. Oh, interesting. I'm going to sit with it. My nose is already going so clear sentient. The guys, I'm already sniffing out the information. Bear with me. Let me dive into it, guys. Okay. Okay. Major transition for you here, my love. We've got like 3 major arcanas and the undertone of this little scene that God, like this chapter, the many scenes that will unfold in this chapter for you, has to do with the inevitable death, the inevitable transition, right? It's so interesting. So let's get into it. You will have some reunions, okay, that may show up as well. This is probably an indicator of the Mercury retrograde energy that we're navigating through at the minute as well, actually, to be fair. So there's still another couple of weeks of this retrograde energy. Mercury has a tendency to kind of like, if there's anything that's been on one's heart, on any unresolved issues, Mercury, especially sort of like coupled with Saturn retrograde energy, likes to be able to give us the opportunity, I guess, to sort of like unpack some of these things. There may be a situation, to be fair, because they're saying to me as well, there may be somebody who will be dealing with a transition of sort, right? So somebody may be dealing with a death, and that dynamic may be sort of like bringing a reunion of some sort. So the transition of that individual is almost optimizing their growth process. And obviously, it's one of those things where they're going to have to get to the person that is basically a vibrational match to this new level, I guess, of life. And you will be the most feasible primate, if you will, in that dynamic. Interestingly enough, I think what they're showing me as well, the situation, there's about 3 to 4 new significant relationships that are really going to assist you with bringing things to perspective, like full clarity. These relationships are going to definitely be significant in terms of like your rite of passage, right? The best way that I can put it, it's almost like with you kind of taking certain diversions and avoiding certain disasters, you'll be able to get to a place where you can be calm, I guess. You can kind of like be rested in the delays that may be occurring in your life because it's actually bringing certain reunions in. It's bringing, like I said, this one particular person. So I think that there's 3 significant relationships, and then there's this one particular person that seems to be sort of a reunion that comes back in, where it's still questionable. I don't know how you guys kind of like ended space. Yeah, I know, girl. I know. But it seems as though, yeah, there's like this one particular person where they're level up because you guys had shared space before. It's almost like you're essentially like their teacher in that dynamic of the relationship. That's probably the best way that I can put it. Like, they have a death in the family. That transition of having a new guide on the team basically optimized their vibrational pulling and their magnetic field. You are then the most optimal person in their, I guess, life to date. That is the closest to be able to assist them, I guess, in navigating through that ascension point. But the dynamics is really sketchy between you guys. I feel like there's a little bit of a seedy past for some reason. It feels like there was some sort of unresolved dynamic or issue with the situation. So that gets an opportunity to be worked out as well. But I think as this reunion sort of like comes in, it really gives you both an opportunity, actually. I think that there are certain relationship dynamics that one's kind of like praying for. And I guess both of you guys kind of like fit that or meet that mold for each other, and God's kind of, I guess, bringing you guys into alignment with each other. I think that there is going to be some sort of like, there's a little bit of the Eight of Swords energy where there's lots of like self-imposed restrictions where it's like, I think God's almost sort of like challenging you to be able to see that people can change. Sometimes they may not know how to change. And I think that you may be put in this person's life to be able to test your patience. Very clearly, they're putting that across. But also for this person to learn about appreciation. And really sort of like learning how to like not necessarily take relationships for granted, um, and learning how to sort of like equally make an effort in relationships as well, because I think in the past dynamic of you guys' situation, it kind of seemed like they were dealing with a little bit of, you know, lack of motivation in their own life, so they weren't necessarily putting enough energy into the relationship, and the effort wasn't really giving. You know, it was kind of like, I mean, you say this, but where's the action type dynamic. But I think that there's been some time, it seems. I feel like God's saying that there's been enough distance and time for some of these wounds to heal. And I think that as this person is kind of like, what do you mean? Oh, that person. It seems as though as this person is actually sort of like growing in this place, because it seems like they're navigating through their own despair of this loss that they're sort of dealing with. So yeah. But there's 3 other relationships as well that comes in to be able to kind of like, I want to say, assist you in being able to navigate through that relationship. I feel like being able to kind of have because the relationship dynamic with that relationship is more a case of you being the one to pour in, mostly in places, right? In places, because they pour in as well, in terms of teaching you patience. It just feels like more of a pouring out as such, but every trigger sort of gets you closer to a place of neutral, and that's the intention for the dynamics of the class that you guys are sitting, for you at least. With the situation with the other 3 significant relationships that you'll be having moving forward, all sort of like on a friendship dynamic level, friend to family ship, like you guys are generally quite close. Individually, all 3 relationships are quite close. I think there's one relationship, one out of the 3, where all 3 of you have a mutual sort of like connection with each other as well. And then there's another separate to that as well. But yeah, it seems like with everything that you're kind of like navigating through, ultimately this transition that you're going to be moving into, with you kind of like, how can I put it? With you getting to this place where you've recuperated, you've already sort of like, your refuge stage, if you will, is almost computed. That's the best way that I can put it. It's almost computed and completed. So these people will stealthily, the universe will stealthily, you know, bring these relationships in to your course. Right. Let's have a little look on the advice on navigating through these, like working your light as all of this stuff unfolds and unravels itself. Okay. Oh, what are you clinging onto? That's basically, this is a sequence, or this time or phase in your life is a sequence of questioning. It's a time of reckoning for you, and the best way to sort of find your reckoning is to be able to sort of ask the right questions. So the questions to ask yourself when you're triggered is, what are you clinging on to? Like, what feeling is kind of pulling this emotion from you, right? That guy needed to go. Too much drama. Okay. There's somebody in particular that the universe is speaking to you about. We'll see how it unfolds, Mama. We'll see how it unfolds. What's the guidance for Kay in terms of working her light, like during the phase of these unfoldings? As clearly as you can, guys. Thank you. All talk, no walk. Oh, I know those. I sense someone coming soon. Definitely. Like I said, there's a dynamic of you with like two other people, but then there's a dynamic of someone else separately. Oh, okay. We've got our answer. Okay. Interesting. Okay. This is interesting. Okay. So the guidance on working your light like during this phase is that the divine plan is kind of like laying the foundations. And it's interesting because they're sort of saying that it's a case of you being called somewhere, and that is ultimately the divine plan. You've kind of got these things that you're trying to manifest, and you're being called into the direction on how to be able to, I guess, experience those things in terms of the timeline, right? And I guess they're sort of like saying, okay, in each situation, it's a case of letting go of any ideologies of perfectionism and really being able to kind of, you know, not necessarily let yourself be too grounded, I guess. And it's interesting because the logical mind, so it's almost like they're saying, because when empathy is off, because they're saying this isn't necessarily a case of, you know, the empathizing aspect of situations or needing to connect to nature. It's not about your sensitivity. It's more a case of the journey itself. Whatever is playing out for this isn't respectfully, girl, but God doesn't care about how you feel. Much like how a parent is in situations, like if it's going to be for your overall betterment, it just has to be what it has to be, right? And I think that this is kind of like this is so funny because I feel like this is what God is doing, right? To like your ego at the minute. This is a warm up, and it's like, okay, it's okay, but then it's like the ego is actually going to be irritated, right? Because when we're dealing with Eight of Swords energy, there's a lot of rigid places within the psyche that has to basically be expunged. And God is trying to sort of like expand your consciousness, right? And there seems to be places where your ego might be in a state of contraction. So I feel like they're saying that this isn't necessarily going to be one of those situations where God is going to be taking your feelings into consideration. I mean, it's a part of the court, but ultimately the trial that is unfolding is it's all about the journey, and it's in the journey's favor. So for the sake of the journey, there are certain aspects of the situation that is really going to assist you to understand a little bit more about how you may be holding on to things. And I think this is interesting because they're saying to me that you have been praying, if you will, on, you know, being able to kind of be a little bit more open to receiving, if you will, some of the blessings that God has in store for you. And some of these situations may actually give you an opportunity to do exactly that. You will be able to persevere, but first you must be challenged. First you must, you know, kind of like navigate through the Hunger Games, if you will. That's just kind of like the sequence of life, to really be able to like earn it. for lack of a better way of putting it, it's kind of like, yeah, this journey that you're on gives you an opportunity to really be able to kind of like, it's a test of faith, you know. Yeah, it's a test of faith, and you get to learn how resilient you are in the process of it. But this situation is definitely coming in to test your patience, girl. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. That one particular relationship, you said that you can sort of sense who that is already. So we've got like a few different dynamics sort of playing out for you in terms of relationship spaces, right? Coming up. Let's go and see what the overall guidance is for you from the guides on kind of like, you know, just what the angels would recommend, right? In terms of navigating. What is the overall guidance for our girl Kay? Make it clear, guys. Okay, meditation brings the answers. Okay, that's the undertone of this. I was warned to leave him be. Forgiveness. Okay. So this is going to be interesting. Yeah. Warned by whom? Firstly, let me ask you that. The guides, I guess, advice is forgiveness is going to be sort of crucial, I guess, in terms of the dynamic that you're navigating through. Ultimately, where you're being called to is where forgiveness can actually sort of take you to. Forgiveness, a lot of the times, like when we're struggling to forgive, it blocks our crown. The third eye actually gets clogged up basically with data output. And then we struggle with foresight in other areas when we're kind of like holding on to things in places that has nothing to do with the two and they're overlapping. So I guess this is a necessary situation that kind of has to be resolved, if you will. I guess it's not necessarily a case of you having to, you know, be in relationship too deeply, but you do have to go through a process of actually clearing the energy and clearing whatever space is left unresolved there, at least, because that is something that is pretty much going to be affecting your space. And I do see this person somewhat potentially sort of getting a window of opportunity to sort of get back in there. Okay. And your, I guess, guidance when they do is forgiveness. And these other relationships as well is going to be able to kind of like, how can I put it? This one space can also free you up in some of these other relationships as well, right? Because when we get tense in one area, it's easy for that type of energy to bleed over into other relationships as well, especially subconsciously. Even when we're consciously trying not to, subconsciously, the weight and pressures of those lockdowns in certain places has a way to bleed into other areas. But yeah, meditate on the answers. Me dictate, you know, on the process. Yeah. Some of these relationships as well, they're actually coming in to teach you about forgiveness overall. So be prepared for the class. Hence, patience is going to be necessary. Because boy, it seems like that basically is a muscle. That's the spirit that's going to be working out in the gym. The spirit of patience, right? And it's going to have to apply certain practices like forgiveness to be able to kind of like bulk up and be ready. So yeah, Mama, I hope that that was useful for you, because it seems like you're going to have quite a bit going on with everything. Okay, let me know how it goes, like the unfolding of all this stuff. All right, guys, let me give the cards a little cleanse before we actually lose the incense as well. Oh, that's nice. I just felt my crown open. Yeah, that was nice. That was from me clearing the cards. So we're making some room. You did ask for new, and God's going to be able to provide new wherever it's possible, to be fair. As I said that, this card drops out and we've got this card at the bottom of the deck. So we've got 6 of Cups at the bottom of the deck, and we've got the Hanged Man at the bottom of, well, that popped out in reverse. So yeah, safe to say that there is some stuff going on in here. Okay. Oh, I actually sort of wrapped up your space, Mama. We're going to be challenging me. I'm already over. We're going to be challenging me as well to be able to sort of like keep my timing on par as well. I thought that that was pretty decent timing. But that was your wrong question, Mama. What's your other question? Because we didn't already use up the time. Did I do that card? No, I didn't. We didn't already use up the time and space. I was actually going to go on to the next person on the list. Who we got? Kayla. I didn't even know who's in here as well. I haven't seen Love Ma. We know Mina's sleeping. Rika's last on the list. Yeah, Rika needs to come back in hours from now and get a good night resting. Ethereal, I haven't seen. So we'll see. We shall see. Okay. Let me pop the cards in. Is Kayla here as well? I don't think I've seen Kayla. Have I seen Kayla? My Cash App still isn't working. It's still not working for some reason. I think the PayPal's working still. Yeah, I haven't seen Kayla in the chat. Okay. That part I forgot to mention to the folks that were sort of like looking for a reading as well. You know, oh, Kayla was in the chat earlier. I saw her after 10. Okay. She popped in. Yeah, Kayla, it's essentially you'll go next. I think Kay's trying to do a lot of donation situation and ask another question. I'm clearing the decks. Okay, hey Ash, thank you for putting it out there, Mama. Let me see who's in the room, guys. Let me get an understanding of who is here so we know what we're working with. My throat is dry. Homegirl's parched. Okay, Ari's here as well. I know I saw you. Okay, so it would be Ash next if Kayla isn't here. Okay. Who else have we got in the room, guys? I can see there's a few of you guys on live. If there's still any newbies in the space, oh, okay. I am getting right there, okay? That part, Sammy. I am getting right there. I'm exhausted just in general. I'm doing so much and there's still so much to do. I think I'm exhausted at the thought of everything that I have to do in life, period. And I've been getting like, my mind is like, my body's present here, but my mind is like literally the future and all the stuff, basically, that needs to be done. So it's a little bit tricky. It's super, super exhausting on my body. Hey, John, how are you doing? Lovely to have you join us tonight. Okay, I've received your Cash App. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Aaliyah tried to uh donate yesterday and that failed for good reason. I think that was all God letting it be known that I wasn't going to be available. God was like, no, I don't think it's the time. But today I do have your donation, Kay. So go ahead and throw your question out there in the chat, your second question. Hopefully you can try keep yourself from falling. Girl, listen, I'm good at that. That's a Pisces thing. I'm a nocturnal creature. Sleep in the day, but it does make you slightly exhausted as well. After my nap, I was like, oh my God, I have to get up. I was making love to my pillow with my face like this. And it was so good. I can't lie. So I've been like optimizing on 5-6 hours sleep. That's not working for me anymore at this stage. I need like 9-10 hours sleep to kind of make up for what was and wasn't. So my body's kind of doing overtime. But yes, your girl's gonna keep it up for you guys. Don't worry. I got y'all. Okay. That's why I'm saying I'm hoping to get out of here by like 3 a.m. latest. Okay. So I can, because I've got Bible studies tomorrow at 11. I've got a few things I need to do before then. So yeah, no rest. I had church this morning as well. I'm always tired unless I take a few. Trust me, mama, it's the whole thing. Like, all these updating, it's a lot. Or the growing. I think that I believe that that's kind of like why the sleep is necessary when the updating is happening, because there's like a lot. It's like how babies, when they first come in, because they're growing, they like sleep all the time because their body needs that. Like their consciousness needs to be like within basically and less external. But it's the same thing. Like this updating for me is like really exhausting on my body. Hey, Sammy, good to know that you're here as well. Good to know that you're here, Smara. Yeah, me too, girl. I literally woke up like tired and then I had to cook. That's why I had to be like, sorry, y'all. I need to take another shower for the day to get into this space because I need to sleep that sleep. Like, I needed to wash the sleep off. But first, I needed to sleep the sleep off too. Right, Kay. Got your donation. Put your question in the chat. John, I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Okay. Love, 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 love that. Oh, okay. Sorry, Kay. My bad, girl. I missed it. I got your question. My bad. Okay. I got you. Okay. Let's see. Kay said, what type of organizations did my ancestors join that inquired initiation and spiritual abilities? Oh, I think it was a choir, because I'm like, my dyslexic mind is like trying to compute it and it's like the word doesn't like fit into the sentence, so the word went into the trash and then I kind of like got the word acquire. That was so funny. That was interesting. It's very interesting observing how the mind works, but let's go and dive into it. I think we spoke previously in terms of like some trades that was on the lineage. So we'll dive into some of the organizations, spiritual initiations. Interesting. I don't know that I have the words, I guess, for the organizations. I can describe them because they're telling me certain things. They're like, well, safe to say, like the Haitian side of the family went through a few a few well, a few initiations on the one side of the family, right? Okay, Love Ma, good to know that you're here. I don't think I'd seen you in the chat before now, so good to know that you're here as well. Okay, the list is looking pretty listy. I think Kayla, I don't know if I've seen anything from Kayla as of recent, but yeah, there's Kayla, Mina, and Ethereal. But yes. There's okay. Well, lots and lots of different aspects of the family actually. The I want to say tribes, because that's how they're sort of like putting it across to me, went through different sequences of initiations. There's about 7 or 8 different so what they're showing me, there's like 7 or 8 different channels, which means 7 or 8 different bloodlines within the lineage that have gone through initiation sequences, which is probably why you're dealing with like aspects of counter manifesting energies as well, you know what I mean? Because not all of their spiritual initiations took the highest moral precedent. So some initiations that I think 2 to 3, some initiations that 2 to 3 of those bloodlines within your lineage, and I have to say bloodline. So what I mean by that is like your lineage is obviously, you know, the extended family in essence, but within that there's the individual bloodlines as well. It's like how 2 counterparts come together to make a child. Those 2 counterparts are separate bloodlines that brings the lineage together for that child, right? That child is a part of the lineage of those 2 bloodlines coming together. So in clarifying that, because I wanted to be able to put it into context, they're showing me there's like 3 different bloodlines, 2 to 3 different bloodlines, that the moral compass on their initiation, like their process was pretty much by any means necessary. A lot of their hoodoo and voodoo was like very self and two of them were female, one of them was a masculine, and they carried great power, but they were very fleeting with their ability to be responsible for said power, they're saying. They would relinquish responsibility in areas where they were basically being called. So they have earned certain karmas for the lineage, basically. So when they were pretty much called, when they went through the initiation process, their initiation came with certain requirements, if you will, right? And they were already given a notion that they would be called upon and called later on in the process of the initiation as such. Obviously, the initiation gave great power. That was the initial short-term benefits of the initiation itself, right? But the long-term of it was the work that was going to be required to basically give back in the charging of this energy. It was like 7 years later, there was going to be a really big, significant, so for one lady, they're telling me her particular story. 7 years later, after her initiation, there was supposed to be a great calling for her, pretty much, but she got stuck. she got stuck in the shadows, they said, so she wasn't able to actually transition into fully herself, right? So when I say she got stuck in the shadows, the way that her life suddenly played out after the initiation, she struggled immensely with depression. Insomnia was literally eating away at her flesh. Her like cells were debilitating due to her lack of sleep, but that was because she was overcharged with the insights that she was receiving. It would almost feel like schizophrenia. A lot of the times, spiritual awakenings and initiations can manifest themselves in psychotic episodes. I've already spoken about that a million times, but it's like playback, you know, like when a radio is like having too much static because there's too many channels. It's, you know, when you have to center the dial onto a specific place for you to really be able to receive the transmission of the streaming of the information. In a radio, it's the same thing. It's kind of like when you're in between channels, it can basically be very sporadic, and then it's a challenge to be able to capture each individual thought because they move very quickly. Thoughts move extremely quickly, right? But it's, yeah, a group that was persecuted. There's two females in that group. Sorry, I was like in the channel. Sorry, mama. Hey, Scenario, beautiful, lovely to have you in the room. When I was around certain energies, I experienced mood swings. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing. They weren't able to, like, once she started. So this one person on the bloodline, when she didn't necessarily accept her calling, or she wasn't able to show up. To be fair, it's not even that she didn't accept, she wasn't able to show up. Like, she was literally like, she didn't make it onto the other side of the initiation. She was busy navigating through the shadows for a very long time, and it debilitated her mental state, actually, very, very drastically. And I guess that person's genetic sequence kind of like played on within the lineage, right? And the karma of that genetic sequence not completing the updating, if you will. That was the situation that got handed down to the other female, essentially. And then after the other female, that got passed down to the male, and the masculine was the last person to basically produce the continuum of that genetic sequence, basically. Yeah, I hope you were sort of like keeping up with me on all of that there. But yes, yeah. It seems that there's a bloodline. And then on the other side, so you've got like 4 other initiations that has transitioned fairly well. The moral compass was aligned with the best state of decision making, because that's what happens when you go through the initiation. Your decision making process is tested depending on how you make decisions. If you make decisions vibrating in your low state, damn, like, you will be in Shadow Island for a long time. It's like mental prison. That's where depression lives. That's where fear lives. That's basically where they hold your dreams captive. Like, it's the whole thing. But yeah, hold on. I got family calling, y'all. 2 secs. There we go. Sorry, y'all. But yes, I hope you were sort of like keeping up with what I was saying there as well. Okay, right? Because it seems like things are coming into balance by the sounds of it. Oh, can you not hear me? Oh, I went quiet for a little bit. If there's a little bit of a lag, I wasn't speaking to you guys. I was on the phone to like family. My cousin called. Is it possible to be added to the free list? If you are willing to wait around, Alice, there may be someone who misses their slot. But outside of that, you'd actually be the last one on the list, essentially. The donation list is open. Otherwise, you can actually tune in. I'm definitely going live next Saturday because I won't have the capacity during the week on a Friday after I've basically survived the week. So yes, that part. But yeah, that's how that would work. Hopefully you can hear me now, though, okay? So yes, with the dynamics, it seems like things are being brought back into balance on the lineage because there's also on the flip side of that, there's 4 others who have been able to sort of like navigate their transition fairly well. Yeah. There's a few different aspects of the bloodline where there's still some karmic residue, basically. It's the best way that I can put it. Some karmic residue for some of those decisions that were made during the initiation stages as well. There were certain spirits, I guess, yeah, that was being adhered to, and they caused quite the disturbance. Yeah, they caused quite the disturbance. This first female was vibrating fairly low, pretty much. She was vibrating fairly low by the time her initiation was finished with her. So yeah, it's a lot, I guess. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna sort of like pull some cards as well. Okay, Sonoria. Thank you, Mama. We'll get to you in a minute. Mina is sleeping. So we're kind of like working on getting the updates in. But you'll definitely be added to the donation list. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to sort of like pull some cards, they said, to just sort of get an understanding of, to some degree, what's actually sort of playing out in tandem with that dynamic now, right? I'm just going to check to confirm the donation. Yeah, I think I've got your donation, Mama. There we go. Okay. Yeah, got that. So we'll add you to the list. And with your question, it seems as though like their thing that they were navigating through essentially was like the judgment card. Their spirit of discernment was off, which is why you might find that you may like have to be so vigilant with your spirit of discernment. You may be sort of paying the residual karma for their decisions in that dynamic. And it's interesting because obviously we're navigating through the process of like, you know, the other question that you asked, because they're bringing me back to that question that you asked. And they were like, yes. And that's why things like forgiveness is necessary to keep the vessel pure. That's why certain situations will kind of come your way again where it feels like this is unfair. It is. The truth is, it is, because it's not all the way just your energy that's at play with this situation. The truth is that you're paying for the due diligence of others or the lack thereof on your lineage that didn't necessarily practice these skill sets. And you're kind of basically dealing with the, you know, you're kind of basically dealing with the residual energy from that situation, the tension basically is still sort of present genetically speaking. So the genetic coding is still quite contracted variant. Thank you. Thank you, Ash. Much appreciated. Beautiful. I appreciate that. You was warned about another guy. It's interesting because they're like the process of how the situation's actually going to be playing itself out. Obviously, the universe is going to be stealthy with the process of how you get tested by these situations, but you will more than likely face trials of betrayal. To be fair, I'm not going to lie to you, you more likely face trials of betrayal, because that was the one area that they stagnated in their own ability to grow in the initiation process. Okay, because this is another thing as well. When we get initiated, the whole point is to learn how to shine your light brighter. And in order for your light to shine brighter, you got to go through the dark stuff, right? You've got to go through the dark stuff. You've got to go through those tunnel moments, and the tunnel vision is what is going to keep the light bright, right? You kind of have to be focused on, it sounds corny, but it's kind of like how Christians are like, if you focus on Jesus, like everything else like fades away. It's kind of like that dynamic. Like you kind of like charge your energy. Prophet Isa, Jesus, was one of the first to really be able to have that purification process expanded within the vessel that he occupied. Yes, a nice smile and bad intentions from people once I level up. That part. I'm not gonna lie. That happens. That happens. But we got to remember it's the devil's playground, right? And as much as people would want to be happy for us, sometimes their heart is sick. Their heart's sick with things that they aren't even necessarily aware of at times, but it's there for us to see. So your thing is to navigate through the spirit of discernment, right? Because what happens with the spirit of discernment is that we are held accountable to a higher degree and standard when you go through the initiation process, right? Because God's like, well, you should have known better. And it's like, well, I was learning. And God was like, well, this was your opportunity to show how much you learned. So it's one of those things. The spirit of discernment is definitely going to be the main thing or factor, basically, that you're going to need to pretty much, you got to make sure that that one's on point, basically, because otherwise your moral compass will become skewed. And a part of, I guess, why they've presented this to you as to why you're even asking about these particular sequence of questions is to be able to get full clarity and understanding of the situation. You've gone through the initiation. Your spirit of discernment is going to be the one thing that's going to be like very much tested and over tested in the space. And obviously from the first question, we spoke about the spirit of patience is what's going to be necessary for this new chapter that you're navigating through as you go through the phase of the journey in meeting these 3 to 4 individuals that are going to be coming into your life. The spirit of discernment, if you sense something, if you feel something, it's there, it exists. These spirits are attached to people, they're attached to their vessels. They may not know, but you're here to see it. The devil is invisible. I don't know what else to say, because that's literally how they're putting it across to me. My nose is getting tickled because it's my clairsentient ability, and my clairaudience is activated as well. But the devil's invisible. Do you see what I'm saying? You'll see when he's moving through people through his actions. And I think what transpired previously was that as the initiation process occurred for that ancestor, the female that kind of like basically, I wouldn't say ruined it, but she kind of like dropped the vibration for the other two the other two on the lineage, because her discernment wasn't necessarily like she toxic empathy. Okay, we've spoken about this here in this space. It's nice to be compassionate. It's nice to empathize. It's not necessarily great to be overly sympathetic. It's the right balance of everything when it comes to any emotion. So her thing was basically toxic empathy, and then there was pretty much a case of basically being abused. And from that abuse came an experience of her pretty much being attacked by other people's demons. It caused a lot of psychological imbalances as a result of that, because the devil's invisible. People they don't get it. They don't quite understand it, especially because it's a battle that you fight, that again seems invisible, but it's actually very real. You know what I mean? You're on the battlefield all the time. Lots of times, even throughout this week, I've heard so many people out on Shadow Island, just navigating through their own woes. Like, that's a place where souls basically go for healing. Whenever we're all collectively like navigating through something, we're all in Shadow Island. That's where all the darkness lives in the universe. So yeah, I think where she navigated through her own process of not necessarily being able to protect herself, it clouded a lot of her judgment. And as a result of that, her flesh was basically, yeah, her flesh was, it started to conjure darkness itself, basically. She became very dark in the way that she started to move in her decisions and the way that she did things as a result. Like, for a long time, it's been a very, very long time that manifestors had been just very warlock like energy, just very conflicting, combative. Like love was like so abstract, right? And like God's really trying to get us back into that vibration of love. But yeah, this was the entire dynamic that was going on with the lineage, I guess. So there's a lot of paying for her, I guess, ramifications of her actions. I think she's about 5 generations removed from you, this person that I'm speaking about. She's about 5 generations removed from you, which is why the energy of it still hits so close to home for you at the minute. Yes, I realized there were those that were into things that might be considered left and not like, yeah, I like how you put that. I realized many did what was they felt was best. Yes, that part. And a lot of the decision was made from these primitive places. And I think it was just something that happened over time, because this was a 7-year span that she went through in her initiation. The first 3 years, she was living in that peace, love, light, all that good ish. But after that, something took a turn. And then by the 5th year, it was a completely different person. So that's okay, beautiful. Don't worry about it. The guides already sort of let us know what time it was. We knew you'd get here when it was time, Nina. Don't worry. I already starred your list, so I'll throw it back in the chat. Can I do that? Let me see. No, but I'm sure you've got it. At first, I was upset about things not being discussed with me by living family. Girl, you don't even want them to tell you, because they're going to tell you their version of events. It's best to get the stuff from the guides. I'm not going to lie. Because they live in a land where only truth exists. So they're only going to keep it true with you. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I realize there are those who did things to keep the lineage going, that part. Okay. I'm feeling most of the practitioners were from Europe. Yes. I get the sense that the ones that pretty much lost their way were from Europe, because I get the sense that the other 4 that had been building were from the different aspects of like location wise. right? Yeah. So there's like, and this is like I say this to people all the time, like when we're talking about inner battles and conflicts as well, I'm like me, I'm like a mix of breeds, right? Races and places that have fought against each other lives inside this body, so naturally the fight is even more intense. Do you see what I'm saying? So the cycle the psychology, I'm trying to find my words, the psychology of navigating through these inner conflicts and battles is really quite challenging. Oh, hey Mina, we've got Scenario on the donation list. She's donated and she's going to be after Kay. We're finishing up Kay's donated question at the minute. And then we're going to sort of move on. I don't know if Kayla's in the room as well. I haven't seen her since we've started, but yes, Kayla, if you are here, Mama, just let us know, okay? Because we're going to come to you after Scenario. I'm pretty sure the other groups, depending on circumstance, had to practice in private 100%. Definitely had to practice in private. So yeah, the dynamic with the situation, I don't want to say it's hush hush, but it kind of had to be that way. You don't even want to hear like what these people had to say because they're going to give you like their version of it. Like, trust me, it's best to ask questions from the guides. They'll lead you to like unpack certain things, and you'll be able, because I'm telling you, like, even for myself, like, and the reason that I know is because I will watch them and my body, your body is a natural lie detector. It's called your intuition. This is why the spirit of discernment, if you basically like optimize your spirit of discernment, it becomes your lie detector. You just learn how to read body and emotion and psyche, like everything. You can even watch the like shadow that is basically even telling them to lie to you because it's a primitive state within themselves if you optimize your spirit of discernment to that degree, right? But yeah, with like going through the process, when you ask the questions, they're going to tell you their series of events. A lot of the times they're trying to protect their ego, they're trying to protect, you know, their pride, they're trying to protect like whatever it is that they're protecting. So yeah, just get it straight from the guides because they'll give you the real tea. Okay. Because they're out to win for the team, whereas individuals are out to like win for themselves, you know? And things gets a lot more tricky in that dynamic. So what's the dynamic? What's the guidance, sorry, for our girl in navigating through this karmic unfolding? I guess in essence, we're already an hour in, y'all. Damn. Guess it's gonna be a long one tonight. Okay, there's no opportunity. No opportunity for what? No opportunity for what exactly? What do you mean? Or this isn't about the opportunities. Okay, thank you. Okay, okay. The unlikely paths. The unlikely heirs will clear. Okay, so they do want to let you know that the conflicts that you navigate through, like you have the resilience to be able to sort of recourse, I guess, this karma. I think the karma is kind of basically like being restored. Now the balance is kind of like almost off. Now it makes sense. When I used to do readings 5 years ago, they picked up in Europe. Africa doesn't come up a lot. No, I guess because you actually have, that's what I was saying to you, the other aspect of the spirituality and the initiations, that because I guess the Afrikaans on the lineage for you, right, were a lot more obedient, if you will, to the spiritual process of the initiation, right? And they didn't necessarily stray too far or deviate too far from the plan in essence. They didn't necessarily let their ego break them too much in the process. They stood strong in their moral compass. But yeah, they're sort of saying that, you know, the unlikely air is going to clear with these dynamics that you're navigating through. What used to be no windows of opportunity for yourself, after the seventh cycle, or the seventh year, I guess, of your initiation, a lot of what you're navigating through will clear, because that's where that individual fell in their process of their initiation. And that's also subsequently where the others had failed before. The others had failed since, sorry. Since her, the other two had failed since her. But there were four who were able to obviously maintain the balance of the moral compass by optimizing the spirit of discernment and being obedient to the callings of life, and not just necessarily where they wanted to feel better or most comfortable, or where their pride was most served, basically. But yes, that's it. Beautiful. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you, because that was a whole long channel, mama. My ear is so like coming down from the bed. They were out here talking. But I do hope that that was useful for you, because it seems like you guys are kind of like, you're here to recourse, because four's already gone. You'll be the fifth one, and then that would ultimately bring things like properly into balance, where now the lineage has favor again, right? The lineage will start to get favor again, because the three before, and then bringing it back to like four now, it's kind of like it's starting to balance out, right? But now, well, it's already balanced out, but now it's starting to move towards favor, because now like there's been four, but you will be the fifth, essentially. And from that, that will bring favor to the lineage moving forward as well. Okay. Whew, that was a whole lot. The channel was intense. Okay. I used to watch shows based in Europe a lot. Yeah, because your genetics identifies itself in these things. Self-identification. Okay, guys. So, hi, Alice. If anyone missed turn on the free list, then you can be added on the list. Yes, Alice. That's how that works. Scenario, my love, you can start putting your question out there. Manor, unfortunately, the free list is closed. You can be added to the donation list, or stick around for, the free list if anybody misses their turn. Okay. Africa sometimes aligns, the Caribbean more. Yeah. Hell yeah. And I get what you mean there as well. Ancestors mentioned there's family unaffected by the fires in Maui. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That maybe further down the lineage. Do you know what the connection is to Maui as well? Okay, so Scenario, I think, donated for 2 questions. So thank you. Yes, she is. Thank you. That's what's up, Kay. Definitely sort of like utilize your energy to sort of, because that's what the job is. Do you see what I'm saying? When you get initiated and you wake up and you're supposed to be a light, you're here to fight. You're supposed to like protect others. It's a part of the assignment. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. We'll put your first question out there. Oh, wrong thing. My bad. That moved quickly. Mina put her thingy just as I was going to do that, and then it moved up the chat. My bad. Okay. I'm gonna get my little mini cookie as well. Okay, so scenario says, so this guy, AWAB, and I agreed to be friends. Okay, sorry, I'm going to start again from the beginning. So this guy, AWAB, and I agreed to be friends, but I feel like we will never talk or hang out again. I feel I handled this situation right. Can I get a reading surrounding that? Okay. Cool. Let's have a look and see. The situation with AWAB and scenario. She ultimately wants to know. Okay. I'm gonna have a think on how to, like, because my mind's trying to compute. How do I ask a question? Like, how can I extract a question basically from what's sort of like put out there? Because there's something that you want to know. I guess the question is, did you handle the situation right? I'm assuming. Because I think that's, from what I can see in what you've presented, that's what I can extract from the dynamics of that. Right? Let me know. Otherwise, yes, and how can I move forward and not be in my head about him? Okay, because I think that's what I wanted to sort of, because I was going to sort of like unpack the moving forward as well. Okay, so how do you guys feel that our girl scenario handled the situation with AWAB? There we go. Thank you, beautiful. See, much easier. Right. How do you guys feel scenario? Okay. Okay. You're quite disciplined. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. Put it into perspective for me. How are you feeling as well, Mina? I think So Amazing mentioned that you weren't necessarily like feeling so amazing as you were navigating through your own little Pisces update. I was saying to her that obviously the Pisces full moon is exhausting me. And I think you, Pisces moon? Where's Pisces in your chart? I think. Thank you. Okay. 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 Scenario, girl. So I had to put it into perspective. What they were showing me is that the undertone of this situation was a tower moment for you guys, right? And this was so interesting because you guys had decided to be friends, right? And I think that your friendship qualities are both being tested in the space. The moment that you guys had made that decision, you kind of started to align with each other's friendship values and figuring out if you guys basically met the criteria, if you will, right? Do you guys meet the specifications? And it's interesting because the moment that the test ensued, it seems as though I keep laughing because they were like, yeah, you weren't bothered to deal with them at all. You just seemed very unmotivated to even like engage at one point with the situation. Um, do you feel like you may have been a little bit on edge at any point during the process of that situation, my love? Because I think you were very disciplined to the point they're saying that you were very disciplined to the point that there was like a minuscule degree of like empathy. It's like, yeah. It's like there was no real sort of like thought about like their feeling as such in terms of like your delivery, I think they were saying. Not towards him, but I was going through it. Yeah. They were saying it's definitely one of those situations where it was like heavy to navigate through, definitely heavy to navigate through. Were they really not sort of like doing any sort of like introspection? Because I think that that was ultimately one of the things for you here that you were basically learning, because I think that that's an important value to you in friendship. Like you like to be in friendship with people that are very introspective. Um, Hell, you're Virgo. That's the Hermit card. We've got your card here in reverse. So he didn't necessarily match that energy for you. He didn't necessarily, um, match that quality that you'd like to see. Do you feel like there was a misplacement of accountability as well in terms of like what transpired between you guys? Help me to understand, because I don't know if it's like, I want to understand if it's workable for you guys, because it seems like you guys have just decided to sort of like be friends and the testing's already sort of like occurred. So I'm trying to understand, dynamics moving forward, likelihood of being able to be like optimized and actually thrive and not just survive. Because we're dealing with like very intense Saturn retrograde energies at the minute as well, and that will test any relationship, especially a relationship that's kind of like just at the beginning of kind of like being cultivated. But yeah, was that sort of like a part of the dynamic that was weighing heavy on you? Because I think that that was one of the things that you were basically evaluating in that space, just identifying that this person may not necessarily all the way sorta. He didn't respond for a while. We were going out every weekend. Now he's not my weekend buddy, and that made me sad. Everything stopped abruptly. He doesn't want to rush into anything. Okay. Hence the lack of accountability. Okay, you guys decided to be friends. There wasn't really much introspection. Got the story. Okay. Yeah, I guess his energy sort of like shifted, not immediately, but like within a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks after. Okay, so he apologized and take the blame. Okay. Are you guys back on track now to some degree? Do you feel like it's something that you guys can sort of like get over? Because I can see we've got some Five of Cups energy here. We've got some Five of Cups energy. Are we sort of crying over spilt milk? Okay, you guys are kind of like learning. I think he was learning how to basically get better with his time management as well. He was learning how to juggle and figuring out how to prioritize things that he had going on around about that time, interestingly enough. Maybe haven't heard from him. He hearted my message and haven't heard from him since. Okay. I think, and this is another thing, he's navigating through the juggling act, right? Yeah. The time management. Listen, relationships for me are falling to the wayside at the minute. Okay, I'm like trying to catch up. Relationships that may have been at a different rhythm or having to be at a different rhythm. Maybe you guys can find a different rhythm that works for where he's at right now, maybe on a bi-weekly basis. But let's just see how the situation will kind of play out for you guys moving forward, right? Let's do that. How do you guys see this going then with our moving forward? Okay. Thank you. Interesting. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys that I actually did a 40th birthday party on the weekend, last weekend actually. I said to you guys on the Friday that I was going to be doing it. It was pretty good on the Saturday. We'll dive into it in a second. Interesting scenario. It seems like in terms of how things would essentially sort of like play out for you guys is that there's still some clarity to be had at the minute. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of overwhelm, like we said, but it's almost like you're also equally just a bit over guarded as well, I want to say, on certain aspects of the situation. But it almost feels as well like both of you guys sort of like giving up. I want to get clarity on giving up on what exactly, right? I want to get clarity if it's you giving up on basically sort of like being a little bit guarded and whether they'll kind of like give up on actually dealing with things the way that they are, because right now obviously, yes, I get it, life is lifing, but eventually you kind of like adapt. So I'm hoping that they'll have the ability to be able to adapt. So let's see what what's on the cards with this. Give me a little bit of clarity then, guys. What will they be giving up on exactly with the dynamics? Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to grab another deck and see, just to clarify. So we're both defensive because I feel he's given up, so I'm respecting his boundary. Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting. Put this into context for me, guys. Oh, thank you. Okay. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you, guys. Okay. Girl. They couldn't have said it any better than with this deck of cards, the way that they didn't said it. So I'm going to put it into context for you. Don't worry. I got you, Mama. I just need to make some space to tell the story. Okay. Yeah. Were you guys sort of like, not girl. Were you guys sort of like cultivating the friendship so that you guys could sort of maybe see if there was the potential for a romantic connection in that way? Let me ask you that question first. Were you guys cultivating the possibility of a romantic relationship further down the line? Yes. Well, let me know. I'll have a cookie. Because, yeah. Yeah, girl, romance. He grabbed my throat and kissed me, and now I want to be friends. Yeah. Guys have a tendency of, I guess, moving before they've processed the thought when it comes to those types of dynamics. The reason that I asked the question, right, is because I think that there's an appreciation that's grown for you, but I do think that he's giving up on the possibility of like really engaging with romanticizing this connection. That's me being honest. That's why I was asking the question, to sort of really get an understanding. Because remember, that was the question that I asked. I was like, what's being given up on? But we've got the thinking man. So this would be his energy essentially. Oh, girl, no. I don't want to make you sad, but I want to be honest with you. We've got the thinking man, which represents his energy, right? And he's definitely got appreciation for you. Like, he definitely sort of likes your vibe. He thinks that you're an amazing person. I think it's just like timing isn't necessarily like aligned with the situation for you guys. I don't think that he can prioritize the situation. And I just don't think that he is really ready for something. I think he could have potentially seen the possibility of this growing into something romantically, but I think right now it's just, I don't think he wants it. I don't think he wants it. I think, I'm not going to lie to you, I think it's like, it was more of a curious thought. And I think the reality was different in comparison. It actually required a lot more. In theory, yeah, it required a lot more in practice than in theory. In theory, it kind of was like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's precisely it. He's not. And I think, you know, when he ventured into that space, obviously he was thinking with a little hair, right? He was thinking with a little hair. And then, oh, yeah, because after that moment, right? After sort of like going through the process of like, what is good, I think he realized that like you have standards. I don't know how else to put it. I think, you know, realizing the value that you actually, and I'm going to put this across to you. I do think that, I don't think I'm either, to be honest, but it hurts. Well, that part, I think that he was actually also just trying to spare your feelings because he sees the value of you, to be honest, and he didn't want to like mess you around per se. I mean, obviously, yes, he did sort of like withdraw for a little bit and didn't necessarily communicate too well, but he didn't necessarily like, you know, drag it on and then tell you things that you want to hear. He was honest with you, and, you know, that's because he appreciates you. He appreciates the value that you have. But I think he knows that he just doesn't have the capacity to give what it is that you deserve. And he's being honest about that. So, yeah, it's him basically like volunteering space for you to be able to meet somebody who is a romantic match for you. It's not a bad thing. It's just little bit of a disappointment, you know. You'll be good. You'll be good, Mama. Let's see what's the guidance for you in terms of the dynamic. Why is this making me so sad though? Oh, beautiful. Because I think that you guys were getting to like, each other, and you could potentially see something there. And I think it's the idea of like letting go of potentially what you could see, because you guys had, I know, and I can tell, I can feel it. I can feel it, beautiful. Like I can feel it. And I think that that's the thing. I think because you guys had kind of like developed a little bit of a bond, like you are going to be sad because now that bond is like you're going through an acceptance process, that that bond is no longer going to continue to be cultivated, and the dynamics is just going to be completely something that you weren't necessarily expecting, you know. But I do think that he did the right thing, and I think that, in all honesty, yeah, it might not necessarily be the right time for either of you guys. But let's see what the guides have to say. What's the guidance for our girl scenario? Thank you. Okay, trust. Yeah. Trust the process. Trust the process, beautiful. It's not the right timing. Like, it's not the right timing when it comes to this situation. That's what it comes down to. I think that better him be honest with you than to play around with. Sorry, I'm hearing Backstreet Boys in my mind. Quit playing around with my heart. Listen, better he don't play around with your heart, okay? That was so cheesy. But that's what they got going on in the back of my mind. Okay. At least he didn't play around with your heart. So this is an opportunity for you to kind of like make space. And this was great because you got the opportunity to be able to kind of like let yourself know that you can be open, and you're willing to be open. And I think obviously you then have to reevaluate maybe where your own resistances are. Like you said, you don't necessarily feel like you were ready yourself as well. So you maybe want to tap into that a little bit, because that's exactly what this opportunity is presenting. Another area for you to dig deeper and get a little bit more of an understanding and a full scope on things. Okay, mama? But they said trust the process, okay? It really isn't the right time for this situation for either of you. So you're sparing yourself some heartbreak further down the line. It's just, kind of like speeding up to that ultimate end. Okay? But don't worry. I'm sure it's God's working it out in your favor as we speak. Oh, sorry, my love. Yes, let's go into your second question, beautiful. Yes, guys. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna work out. I'm sure it's gonna work out. My little party situation on the weekend was really interesting. It was spirit animal themed. I went as a dove. If you like have me on WhatsApp, you see, even when I send emails, right next to my name, I put a dove. It's been my spirit animal for years. But it was really nice. I didn't get home till like 4 in the morning. I had my nephews as well. I didn't grab them till like the next day because there was just so much going on. So yeah, expect some significant delays on most things during this Mercury retrograde energy. Yes, and it was good. It was good, beautiful. Like I really enjoyed it. Everybody was open to some degree. I think by the time like they were open for me to read, there was one person that didn't necessarily want like an open reading because the reading was like a weird situation. I didn't take any pics. Again, Mina, I told you. Look, I'm gonna send you some some downloads on some mental drives that of like some snippets that I took, because that's literally how it is. Didn't take any photos. But it was lovely. We had all sorts. Look, hold on. I even got a dinosaur tail to take back for my nephews. And my little nephew loves it. My tiniest nephew, he loves it. He's just like, oh my God. Like he does a little shake as well, like shaking his little dinosaur tail. It's lovely. It was dope. Grown adults dressed as animals. Listen, it just reminded me that we're really just big kids at heart, actually. It really was. It really was. It was at a nice apartment building. They had like finger food and stuff, but I didn't really eat, to be fair. Like I channeled for like the entire time that I was there. I didn't get there till 5. But I was there till like 2 during readings, like throughout the whole time, I guess for like a good 8-9 hours. It was like a 4-day shift. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. I actually love what I do when it comes to like doing readings, and I love it when people are open to me. It makes my job so much easier, to just be able to extract and pull the files and just basically interpret them back to them, for their understanding. So yeah, it was good. I actually really enjoyed it. I definitely do something like that again. Oh, Kayla. Is that not you next on the free list, Kayla? Are you not Kayla Tillett? Is that a different Kayla? Oh, is that a different Kayla then? Because the other Kayla, I guess, isn't here. So it's Kayla Tillett. May. If the other Kayla didn't show up, I will have. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, my bad, y'all. Oh, the K's are getting me so confused. But Sonara is putting in her second question, anyways. And then we're going to get back to the free list. Okay, Kayla with lowercase k. Oh, okay, I can. I love the fact that like we're a whole little community here. We even know the difference between our brothers and sisters. That's cute. But yeah, it was really good. They had all sorts of drugs. I literally went to the toilet and like a lady, she was there. She was like rolling up a joint. I was like, okay, fine. But then she was like, yeah, you might as well leave now. I'm just gonna do another line before I go back out there. I'm like, sure, love. Okay. I don't mind. I don't judge. You guys know this about me. And I love actually being in environments that is not my natural environment, because like I get to see, like, I just like to be a part of like experiences. Like that's me. I just love to be a part of experiences. And I was like, ooh. I was like, there's something you don't hear every day. That was a moment. I was like, I'll note that one down on the list. That's some shit I didn't thought I'll be hearing or dealing with today, but okay. And then the last person that I did my reading for, by the time I got to him, he was already high on mushrooms. And I did the whole like I had an experience with mushroom back in 2018 in like I think it was March or May of 2018. So I got the dynamics for the most part, but That was so interesting. That was, yeah. Hey, Kayanad, I think the free list is closed. Donation list is open. And you can stick around to see if anybody misses their spot on the free list. But yeah, it was quite like, it was so interesting. I left there thinking, oh my God, what a night. I actually like left there thinking, oh my God, I loved all the scenes. I was like, oh, like when I left, I was like, oh, thank you, God, for like picking me to be like an extra in like her little movie for tonight, like the birthday girl, because that like she was obviously the main in her story. Obviously, I'm the main in my story. And it was interesting because like I wanted one of those experiences and we just so happened to want the same thing at the same time. So I could like fulfill her need and vice versa. But listen, y'all, I'm telling you, I'm that person as well, right? Like she could be so awkward. Like obviously I've got my own moral compass and stuff like that, but I'm never going to judge an individual. Like shit, each to their own. Like every human for themselves, however they choose to live their life. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was definitely interesting. I wanted to be able to be like, oh, I've been to one of those parties where it's like that, like that. So at least I can take that off the list for the most part. It wasn't really anything for me to kind of like be that, you know, bothered about. Like these are their own personal choices. That has nothing to do with me. Who am I to sort of like tell a person how to deal with their humanist theirs? I mean, you know, they took 9 months to cook. They should be able to do with it what they want. That's just how I feel. But yeah, it was good. It was good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Okay, so Naria managed to get her second question in whilst I was busy like giving you guys the tea. Okay. That was just so interesting to me. Whilst I was like leaving, I was like, I need to tell the gang this because shit, that was a night. But yeah. Yes, the second question is tapping into why I'm resistant to romance. Good question. Good question. I like the way that you played that, actually. Like, I know I'm not ready, but it hurts even when I'm guarded. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, actually. I think woman crazy has something to do with that as well. I'm gonna pull some cards. No, but seriously, hear me out. Because I see that it's interesting, like for a lot of females that are designed basically to be like the non-traditional wife, basically like your purpose is heavily embedded in your career as well. And finding for those women, it's a delay basically in coming into the manifestation and of the union of your divine counterpart. And in that dynamic as well, it feels like sometimes as one's, you know, growing, I guess, as one's growing into that type of partner, because we're still learning how to kind of like find the right balance within the femininity, right? Which can be a challenge as well, but it does hurt. I think it's interesting because it's like you want it, but there's a time for it. And there's other things that are more important. You know, it's important, it's just not urgent. Yeah, that's kind of like how you make smart goals. Is it urgent and important? Great. Those are the things you do first. Is it important but not so urgent? And you kind of need to focus on the career front first and the stabilizing in that career so that like the identification of self is laid before actually getting into said relationship that is going to be so identifiably consuming. You know what I mean? Because you become someone's partner, you wear the cloak of that role of being their partner as well, but one must identify who one is first before getting to that stage of the trajectory, if that makes sense. We'll go and unpack it though. Let's do that. Right, let's see though, let's have a look personally at Sonaria's individual resistances to romance. Let's get that put into context, guys. We want to learn more about that. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Noted. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Interesting. We've got your card, Mama. We've got your card. So we've got the Hermit in reverse. So this is speaking about, and it's interesting because it's talking about. At the bottom of the deck, we've got the Six of Wands in reverse as well. So they're saying that a part of the dynamic that must be released, I guess, the resistance that you're navigating through is a lot of egotism. So there's a lack of like introspection, a lack of ability to sort of like really look within oneself and understand some of the dynamics. And this may not necessarily be you, but this may be the sort of energy that you pick up on, right? You may seem to be going for these types of quality men, which may be the reason why you keep falling from the grace of the type of romantic dynamic that you'd like in situations. So again, they're sort of like putting across as well that you know, the stress as well of being in a relationship isn't necessarily something, it's not necessarily something that you're kind of like openly running into, but it is something that you recognize is an aspect that you need to grow in confidence in. Because I think some of the areas that you feel that you may not be all the way optimized in is like conflict resolution. Like you're okay to kind of talk things through, but do you necessarily have the patience if a person isn't able to kind of like, you know, acknowledge your feelings, and they tend to be dismissive of your own part in whatever dynamic that you guys are discussing. You can be a little bit defensive sometimes as well in situations. So that's something that you may want to sort of like work on a little bit, because another thing is that's probably why conflict resolution class for you feels like an area that you're not as confident as you would like to be in, right? It is because of like being a little bit defensive in those moments of trigger. So really just kind of like figuring out what's like your new tactic to navigate through when you are triggered. Like how do you show up in situations where you do have to be on guard, right? Like you have to figure out to what degree. And whether or not that degree applies to that situation, because you don't want to bring the same level of defense to every situation. That's never really going to work, because if you're bringing like a level 80 to a level 50 defense situation, now you're the offense in that situation. Do you see what I'm saying? Now you're the one that's being offensive. Be it in your attitude or body language or whatever it is in terms of your delivery with the situation. So those are some of the things that you want to really sort of like check, because I think you want, and I think the reason that they're bringing these things up is because they're saying that you want a particular type of relationship, but these are some of the vibrations within yourself, behaviorally speaking, that you're still working on. And they're saying that, you know, there are delays because these things do have to be like overcome in order for you to kind of like align directly with what it is that you want in particular, in order for you to achieve basically what it is that you're saying that you want in a relationship, right? But they're saying that right now as well, it may be a case of like in doing all of that in a relationship, like a stable, steady relationship, it may be a case of you taking on too much, which is why you keep getting these little dips of situations, like these possible romantic situations, so that you can work through these things like in these little increments of time where you do have the capacity to be able to kind of like indulge with someone, because you're quite passionate, and when you are into someone, like you're really into them. And I think that they're sort of saying like when it gets to that time where you have optimizing a lot of these qualities, basically, because there's a person out there that's looking for a scenario as well, right? But they need a certain version of you as well. So when you do sort of come into union with your divine counterpart, it's more a case of you'll be able to kind of get acknowledgement and recognition for the work, I guess, that you are doing on yourself now, in putting that into context for that individual, because they themselves are actively working on themselves, and they themselves are actively working towards like a conscious relationship as well. And it's important to them that their counterpart is someone who's able to kind of like stand the test of time with them as well. And that requires some of these things that we're speaking about. Conflict resolution is key, because conflict comes up in relationships. It's a natural part of actually doing life, for the most part. So it's just one of those things that actually has to be done, if you will. But yeah. I'm gonna pull some cards. Sorry, I was like looking for something where I have like several different like stuff that goes on. But yeah, I'm gonna pull some cards and see like what's the advice for you in navigating through the process of this stuff, right? Okay, thank you. Oh, the advice is romance. The advice is to cross the path of, okay, so it's interesting because like there's two different parts to you when it comes to the romanticizing thing. You want a romantic connection, but you also like, you don't really like the corny-ish when it comes to romance stuff. So it's kind of like a case of finding the right balance with the dynamic of the situation. You like a realistic situation, definitely, is probably the best way that I can put it, right? And you like to be proactive in terms of how you're moving in the dynamics of that situation. So yeah, they're sort of saying like the guidance for you is that you're crossing this romance path where you're learning that it's not necessarily a hard no when it comes to being corny. Sometimes, shit, it's okay to be cheesy. And you can kind of like be open to that, I guess, is probably the best way that I can put it. They're saying that it's not necessarily something that's going to be sort of like, unfolding so much like over the course of several weeks, but you'll see some dynamics of the situation playing out for you within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. Yeah, yeah, you'll see some things playing out. I think you're more so going through like the identifying what it is that you really want, I guess, in a partner. I know you know what you want, but I mean in terms of like the people that are coming into your life, do they have it? You know what I mean? Do they have it? Like how long are you going to have to wait for them to be able to sort of like get it, if that's the case? If you're dealing with potential, okay, they've got the potential. How long is it going to take them to cultivate that potential into manifestation? So stuff like that, you're going to have to be mindful of, because I think ultimately that's what they're saying with the situation as well. The way in which you pick sometimes may not always align with your values. So be mindful of like what your eyes see, basically. Yeah, and when I say your eyes see, I mean like the physical aesthetics. Yeah. Not to say that that needs to be like less of a priority, but just bear in mind that the physical aesthetics can sometimes like misconstrue the perception of like passion, because what you're passionate about is having a certain type of relationship. The attraction thing is like not that it's not as important, but it really isn't as important to someone like yourself. I mean, there's a certain level or standard that you have, but I think it's something where there are other qualities that a person may have that will make them more attractive to you, if you know what I mean. So those are some of the things that they're saying. It's a case of going from that place first and foremost, right? So yeah, I hope that that was useful for you there, my love. Sorry as well. I know it's never really fun to kind of, you know, navigate through life's ultimate rejections, which are always God's protections, unfortunately, protecting us from our own decisions that may not be serving us positively. Okay. Right. Kayla. I don't think Kayla's here. I haven't seen Kayla in a minute. We might just have to go to Ash. Hmm. Kayla, my love. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I like the fact that you base your second question on how the first aspects of the reading went, because I think that was useful information for you to have moving forward in navigating through situations. Okay. Ash's question. Okay. Hey, Ash. Seeing that we started my future family series, I would like to find out details about the father of my children. Is he someone I know or someone new? Someone new. Sun sign, age, etc. At the minute, he's around about 36, 37. Sun, I'm not all the way sure on, to be honest with you, because his moon energy is actually the energy that's most dominant for him in terms of how he manifests in his environment. And his moon is very, very important when he's sort of like off balance. I think he may be a Saggy moon, which is interesting, actually. Um, and that's the main thing. Yeah. Oh, deaf. I'm trying to grow along. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah. Yes. So he's 36, 37 at the minute. Yeah. Just turned into 30. Okay, so he's 37. But he's just turned 37 within the last couple of months. So it's clear to say that he's probably within, what are we? We're in what, Virgo season? So he's probably likely to be couple back. What would that have been? Maybe Leo sort of energy. I somewhat like a Leo for you, I guess. I think that sort of energy would kind of like balance out the space as well with you. Um, yeah, I think he's kind of like getting used to, I guess, being in his 37th cycle. He's definitely looking to settle down, I think. I think next year he seems like he's on his own journey of getting certain things done in his life, not necessarily just career goals, Um, oh, okay, that makes sense because usually, a lot of the times when you sort of like get into romantic relationships, that means that you're actually going to be in that space to teach him basically how to manage his emotions, which is going to be interesting. You probably have a lot of the right tools to be able to assist him in navigating through that. But yes, sorry, where was I? I'm like going back into the file. Sorry, let me zoom out and see what I can observe because I was in there and then I broke the channel. My bad. My bad. Wow, it's interesting. Leo, potentially Leo's son. Yeah, because I feel like it's a couple of months ago we're in Virgo season. So it's between Cancer Leo. It's between Cancer Leo because we're in Virgo season at the minute, and I said it was like literally about a couple of months back. So maybe sort of like Cancer to Leo sort of sun, Saggy moon. And it seems like there's certain life, I guess. There's a certain life that they kind of like wanted for themselves. I think they got a slow start in life as well. I want to say that. I think that there were certain things to them that wasn't necessarily. I hope he's not a Cancer or funny. He might be on the cusp. He might be on the cusp because the energy is very strong in terms of Leo. But I had to go back into the dates when they were like 2 months. Well, he may be on the cusp, girl. Just being like completely honest with you in terms of the dynamics, right? But yes, it feels like 2 months ago from now, sorry, would have been like July times. And if we're coming, depending on where we are in July, it would have been around about Cancer to Leo season. But in terms of his own personal sort of like placement, I think he achieves a certain sort of goal, I guess, at 38. It feels like that was something that he was waiting for in his own personal sort of like career life, but also his personal life. It seems like he's on par and he feels more comfortable to basically venture into that space a little bit more now. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like he is it's interesting because I think okay, 38, he finally feels ready for kids. He feels ready for kids. I think that there was a time where the thought of basically being a dad really scared him. He didn't necessarily feel like he had all of his stuff together. But I think he feels like he is now in a place financially where he's got the capacity for that, or at least he's working towards that between this year and next year, right? Because that's when his 30th cycle would be. And he seems like, yeah, he's a lot more content, not necessarily just on the financial aspect, but I think he feels like he's grown quite a bit. And he's quite proud of his maturity, interestingly enough, as well, to be able to see his way through certain situations. And I think that's how he knows that he's ready at the minute. Definitely handsome. Definitely handsome. He's got a little bit of a tash. I don't think it's a whole like a full-on goatee, a full-on beard, but he does have a little bit of a goatee mustache situation sort of going on. Brown eyes, like a little bit sort of not necessarily too dark, but it's kind of like a light brown. Good high cheekbones, facial structures, pretty giving, you know. Yeah, he's a handsome guy. He's a handsome guy for the most part. Um, but yeah, I think it's interesting because there may be, because he's ready next year, it may be a situation where you guys actually meet next year. Like, I think obviously he's 37 now, going into his 38th cycle. 38, he's finally ready. And I think it's something that happens very quickly, I guess, in terms of the coming together, you know, feeling like these feelings that have never been felt before and wanting to really sort of like dive into it and go deep and act on certain things. So yeah, I think it's one of those situations that actually moves very quickly because of that. Yeah, let's have a little look and see. How do you guys advise our girl Ash to deal with the situation? Okay. Make it play, guys. Thank you. Okay. So when do you see him coming in? Okay. Thank you, Mina. I was just thinking the same thing as well. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay. 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 Yeah. I think it's a next year situation. Anytime after the 7th month of the year. Okay, anytime after July, because it's his 30th circle. Yeah, anytime after July next year. Sorry, I wanted to get clarity on that a little bit. I'll be honest, I was kind of scared before, but now I am not as much. Well, that's nice. I'm glad that, like, because that happens to me like all the time. Like sometimes I'm manifesting certain things, and then even just recently, like, sidebar, guys, but we're gonna, like, if we're gonna talk about it, like, let's really talk about it. So like, I manifested like my current job situation. You guys know when I was like leaving my old job situation, which I'm currently kind of like still connected to. But you guys know that it was an intentional manifestation, right? And like, I questioned whether or not I wanted to be on the timeline recently, because it was like, you know, I don't know if I want to handle all of that responsibility and how that's going to take away from like other places in my life and stuff. So the fear is natural. You know what I mean? I think with a kind of like astrological climate that we're navigating through, with Neptune being in retrograde, Venus is in retrograde as well, girl. Okay, we've got Saturn in retrograde. Like, Neptune's taking away any disillusioned state. Saturn's like, look, the karma that you're navigating through right now, whatever it is that you're doing, like, it's almost instant karma, and it's giving very big like karmic waves of energy, right? I know Leos have a temper. I hope I can handle it. I hope he can handle me. I hope y'all can handle each other, for real, because this type of dynamic that we're sort of like navigating through, it's interesting because the stuff that the cards were actually sort of saying is that it's a case of like not necessarily having to wait with the romance when it comes to this situation. To be honest with you, I'm going to say this to you. You're like, I don't know, there's something about him and his charm and his charisma that kind of like puts you in a position where you're over things fairly quickly with him in the dynamic. And not fairly quickly like that, but I don't know, like, you know that he's willing to work on certain things and he's so cute and charming that you let things go. It kind of like slides off your back. And same for you, vice versa. I think yours is different though. You're more so stern that he lets it, like, certain things slide. So you guys balance each other really quite well. Yeah, I got a job I always wanted to work at. Oh, that's what's up. And I was a hit. Definitely. That's what's up. I love, love, love that. Yeah, you guys are cute. You guys are cute together. Let things kind of like unfold, I guess, over the course of these next coming months and keep us posted. Beautiful. That part. Okay, y'all. I'm going to do a quick break soon because I need to unplug and, you know, take a second. So give me 2 seconds. I actually think I need to go to the loo as well. And I need to grab some more snacks. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think I want these snacks. I think I want like something else now to like nibble on as well. So I'm gonna go to the loo, do a little stuff. Give me a couple of minutes, guys. So this is where we are with the list at the minute. We've got Ari, Sammy, Smara, Love Mom, Mina, Ethereal, Rika, and Kayla Tillett, seeing as Kayla missed her opportunity. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, that part. Then we've got, okay. So after Ari, I'm going to answer Ari's question and then I'm going to go for a little break and I'm going to come back for, yep. I'm going to come back with Sammy, Mara, Love Mom, Mina, Ethereal, Rika, and Kayla T. Thank you, beautiful. I'm going to say that the donation list is closed as well, Mina. I know we haven't had many donations through, but we've actually had 3 questions answered in donations. That's about as much as I've got capacity for tonight. I'm just going to spend the rest of the time and just focus on the list. Yeah, I'm just going to spend the time and focus on the list. I've got about 2, 4, 6, 7 people left on the list. So yeah, that's going to be a little while. I'm going to be here. I'm trying to get out of here like within the next 2.5 hours ish. So yeah, we'll work with that. For now, the donation list is closed. Yeah. I mean, if someone comes in and Spirit says to me, I want you to read for them, great. If not, it's fine, you know, because I'm trying to optimize with timing. This is how I ended up leaving the people's house at like 2, 3 in the morning because I can't deal with the time like of holding the channels and being quick with, you know, delivery. It's not a thing for me. But yes, let me get back to Ari's question. And then I'm going to take a break and pop back in. Me moving to LA versus Miami next year. Can you see how things would be if I moved to either place? My love life, my social life. I'm really trying to decide on which would be better for me. You would continue on an upward trajectory doing Miami. You may be able to move to LA later down the line, but if you do the LA thing next year straight off the bat, I'm not going to say instant fail, but it's not necessarily like the long term of it is a lot more challenging straight off the bat. So the easier route would be the Miami situation. We're going to unpack it there. All good, Mina. Thanks for letting us know. I'll see you shortly, beautiful. Yeah. The LA situation, like after, like just before the first year ends, um, it you're kind of like questioning the situation quite a fair bit. Miami, there's still questions in there. But in terms of the lifestyle, basically, it's a lot more sort of like feasible for you and copacetic. I think as well. One of the things that I want to put across, the two different locations have a different living standard. That's the best way that I can put it. Yeah. I heard LA has great Chinese food and pizza, Miami not so much, but there are probably still good places. Yeah, there's still good places in Miami. I think it's more so about the social life aspect of things in Miami that seems a little bit more aligned potentially with what you're looking at. I think as well, LA is, for lack of a better way of putting it, expensive, is what they're saying to me. You'll kind of like find that all of your money would basically like go towards pretty much surviving. The social life is not as giving as you would like. Being in those types of dynamics, they're like Miami's creeping up there as well, but that will kind of like, it's a nice medium compromise in terms of the situation. It will give you more of an opportunity to be open to socializing. You looking for roommates? You looking to move in with anyone? Answer me that question. Because I'm trying to understand. Like I see you with a couple of people. I see you potentially with maybe one or two other roommates. Because it seems quite sociable. Yeah, it seems quite a social. It feels quite communal, basically, to the point where, yeah, and you will. I think there's like two chicks. Yeah, there's like two chicks from what I can see. But this is in the Miami situation. Okay, let's have a little look. Firstly, Miami. How do you see that playing out? If Ari was to move there. Yeah. How do you see Miami playing out if she was to move there? I want to sort of like, oh, guys, come on. Look, I've got a whole like, gosh, I hate it when they do a whole sequence of stuff, but I guess it's a whole thing, isn't it? Like, they have to tell a whole story, but I hate it when they do it. But here I go asking questions. You hear how cheeky they are about here I go asking questions then. Oh my God, you guys, giving it the cheek. The whole enchilada. Yeah, girl. The whole of it. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. Sorry, I'm like really taking it all in terms of like what they're sort of putting across with the situation. Yeah. So I think with the and it's interesting because we've only got like maybe three major arcanas here. I say only, but we've got like, I would expect more basically because it's a pretty big like transit for you, sort of like moving out of the space. But The way that they're showing me with this situation is that um, this dynamic might actually be more of a situation where you can manage. And I think that that's what I was saying to you with the, from what I was sensing with the situation, right? Because they were like, that's more a situation that is probably feasible for you to be able to like deal with the juggling act that you're going to have to like do, basically. Um, so with the situation, it's almost like, you'll kind of find a nice sort of I want to say it's sort of like family dynamic. They it's And when it comes to love life, the guys in LA might be more my type. Not sure about me being a black woman in Florida trying to interracially date. And I hear you on that. I hear you on that. There, it's funny because I was actually just about to speak to you about the dating aspect of it and saying that they're actually like your two roommates are actually like really just as like on job in terms of like wingmanning you to find dates. Um, and I think that that's kind of like something that you guys also bond on as well, because that was the next part that they were actually showing me. But apparently, black women get more approached and appreciated down south, and the men are more direct. I actually think it depends on where you move to in Miami as well. I'll say that much in terms of like what you were speaking about in terms of the racism there, because it seems like the Latino, they love a little bit of, um, yeah, they love a little bit of, sorry, I'm like seeing the dynamic in my mind's eye, but they love black women down there. They have an appreciation basically for black women down there, so that won't necessarily be too much of a bother. um the other side of things, again, as far as like the Caucasians, the white guys, it depends on where you live, and this is why I said that the location may be a factor in terms of like what um I'm sure there are plenty of white looking Latinos in Florida. That part, okay, that part. Um, but yeah. Your girls, they become like a little bit of a family situation that you deal with as well, for the most part. Like I'm seeing that you guys bond throughout the process. Um, there are Latinos that look like white men or have white ancestors. I'm sure there are also a lot of Latinos that are half white too. That too. I think the dynamic, I guess. Yeah, I think that's interesting. Sorry, I'm looking at something. I'm seeing something here. It's going to be interesting because you're going to navigate through like a few different situations in Florida. I'm not going to lie. You probably navigate through like three significant heartbreaks before you find like a nice fit situation. Because they're showing me like the friends kind of like supporting you, and they're showing me like the undertone as to why as well. The undertone being again like the wrong pick, I guess. um in terms of like just the cultural differences as well, and not necessarily having a certain understanding of that, and they're showing me where that stems from, I guess, on your dynamic. So you kind of have more of a life, I guess, I want to say. Yeah, you have more of a life, full on life in Miami. Welcome to Miami, Tangerino, Miami. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I could not help myself, okay? But let's go. Hopefully my love life won't be as bad in Florida as in NYC. I'm gonna have a look now at LA. Let's have a look at the LA trajectory. If Ari was to move to LA next year, how does that look, guys? Okay. Okay, major arcana, releasing fear, unhappiness, and confusion. But things change. I may end up finding someone before I move. That too. It may or may not. That too. Beautiful. That part, right? Life has a way of playing out. So it's interesting. See, this literally, the cards just kind of like said it again, but in so many words. Like with the Miami situation, we had like a whole story because I think that there's more of a life like trajectory there. I feel like LA would be very short lived, and that's pretty much giving of like the undertone of the cards. We got the high priestess in reverse. We've got the Knight of Wands sort of upright, and at the bottom of the deck we've got the Ace of Wands in reverse, right? So that's exactly what I was sort of like trying to say. You'll be very weighed down by the level of the responsibility in LA. I think rent's extremely high. There's just so many you just wouldn't necessarily be able to do much of like a life experience. We spoke about like social life as well. That's important to you. I think you have more of a dynamic in Miami. You have friends that you're able to sort of like cultivate relationships with. You have, well, friends who become like family is the best way that I can put it. And you have, yeah, you have just more of a situation where you can grow. Like you go through a few bumps when it comes to heartbreak again, but you kind of like get to a place where you overcome beyond that. The fourth person is a lot better of a situation. You're able to sort of like develop a relationship for a little while with that person. And really the fifth person is like a person that you can actually like grow with long term. So yeah, I think Miami more so than LA. You're not going to have much life like in LA. It's not the kind of, as much as the idea of it sounds nice or seems nice, the pressure of being in it, you don't like that kind of level. I guess LA is not what I think it is. I'm kind of overlooking Miami, whereas I have an idea of what LA might be, but LA may not live up to my standards. Exactly that, girl, you took right out of my mouth. The ideology versus the reality of it, I don't think it meets who you are. I don't think it meets what you're looking for as well. I think Miami can still give you all of the qualities that you were sort of like, a lot of the qualities that you were looking in LA for. And LA can provide those things to you. It's just that you would literally be working nonstop to pretty much be able to kind of like just maintain a certain lifestyle, firstly. And then social life would also be lacking in ways, which will then also have an impact when it comes to romantic life as well. So yeah, that's kind of like, I think, why the dynamic would be that you would better juggle. Okay, you would better juggle in Miami than you would be able to in LA. It would feel more like an impulsive decision if we were talking about LA. Definitely lots of adventures that you could sort of like go on and explore and be on. But it actually is very heavy overall in terms of just what it requires for you to maintain being there. Okay. What's the guidance for our girl in that case, y'all? What do you guys say to our girl Ari? As clearly as you can. Okay. Thank you. Interesting. Forgiveness. You're ready. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think, you may have to kind of clarify. Is it because, sorry, I'm like trying to get clarity on the forgiveness sort of sentiment because I think they're trying to say, like, forgive what you thought that LA would be. And I know you wanted LA, but like, forgive that and maybe allow for yourself to be open to the possibilities of, the possibilities of Miami. Yeah, they're saying that 100%. They're saying you're having to be assertive. That's what you're having to forgive. The fact that you'd have to really just own the fact that you own ultimately the decisions that you make in situations, and your decisions will determine whether or not you're successful at what it is that you're trying to do or not. Yeah, LA is not it. Miami is more likely the probability. You could potentially like move on to LA. I've gotten readings saying I might be disappointed in LA, but I'm wondering if I should still visit. Maybe visit and see how you feel. I think it's just one of those things, like long term being there, the dream just isn't what it seems like. And I think that it just doesn't necessarily align. I'm sorry to be like, I guess the other person to add to that, to say that LA isn't it, but I just don't think it is. It just doesn't seem to align with you, Mama. It aligns with an ideology that you have, but I don't think it aligns with you as a person. So I think that that's just what that is. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Nonetheless, Miami seems to be like the place where you'll be able to adapt a lot quicker. And you may actually be able to kind of like thrive in that environment. Okay. Right, guys. No, it's all good, beautiful. It's all good. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Hopefully, you do make a move next year, beautiful. And it is successful for you. Okay. Who do we have next on the list? Let me go and see if I can find the list. And I'm actually going to go quickly and have a little bit of a break. 2 seconds. So we've got Sammy on the list quickly. Ash, if you're still here, and Sammy is not here. Sammy was here about 20 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. So hopefully she's still here. Your girl's going to have a 5-10 minutes intermission, y'all. Hoping to move in March or sometime in spring. Agree with you in spring. Did definitely hear around about March time is when that timeline is going to start developing. So I agree with you. Okay, that would be great if I can move it. Not February, no, but you start the movement of stuff. You start around about March and potentially end the actual like fully moving by I want to say mid-April potentially. Okay. That part, girl. Keep us posted though. On that note, I'm gonna go and grab. I feel like I'm a little bit hungry as well. I feel like my little snacks ain't cutting it. You know what I mean? Because you got to like consume all at once. Obviously, I'm eating bit by bit, so it's not hitting like it needs to. It was a while ago that I had dinner actually, so I'm due to be hungry. Okay. I'm going to go and grab another snack as well. Sammy, if you are here, my love, put your question in the chat. I shall be back. Smara, if you are here, let me know. Love Ma, Mina's gone to do prayers. Ethereal, Rika's probably going to be coming back into the space. Mina's probably going to wake her up when it's her go. And then we're closing out with Kayla Tillett. Okay, guys? Be right back. That's what's up, Smart. Good to know that you're here. Got you. Hey, Sammy, where's your question, girl? Who's still here? So we're waiting for Sammy's questions. Mara, if you're here, you might as well put your question out there. Ash, I don't know if you're here, but you might want to let Sammy know about her turn. Go on, Samara, put your question out there and we'll unpack it. How have you been doing, Smaradina? Oh, okay, Sammy's here. Hey, Sammy, go on and put your question out there, girl. Let's unpack it for you. Okay. Thank you for your question, Mama. Okay, so what do you guys see coming towards Sammy in the coming months? We're looking at about 3 to 5 months at the minute from now. So we're leading into sort of January of next year. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Okay. It's interesting because they're showing me that there's potentially a Prince Charming, I guess, that's coming in to sort of like, I guess, balance some dynamics within the home. But at the same time, it's almost like them kind of finding the right balance in how they're going to integrate into your space, because they can be quite controlling in their tendencies. They're giving me very much Capricorn energy. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. They're giving me very much, because Capricorn can, like, they tend to need for things to be a certain type of way. They don't mind dealing with conflicts if that's what it takes for a situation to basically sort of like go in their favor, if you like. Like, they don't mind having like a debate about speaking their viewpoint on a situation, and they kind of like let it be known. So it seems like one of those, I guess, types of masculines coming into the space. I don't know how well you guys' energy sort of like mesh together. How do you see this situation playing out in essence? Yeah, it feels quite challenging. Okay. How do you see the situation playing out? Thank you. Okay. 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 So it's interesting as well. This person ends up being somebody that gets, I want to say, left behind. The controlling tendency is something that they're here to work at in the space with you. And I guess you're the right level of challenge for them in terms of the dynamic. That's why the universe has kind of like brought you guys together as things unfold, right? It seems that there'll be some undelivered promises with the situation. They tend to be controlling, but they themselves don't actually they don't really make sense in them being able to align with the things that they speak about. They say one thing, but it's almost like, yeah, they don't seem to be able to kind of like regenerate in situations, right? Hey, Renee, my love. Free list is closed. Donation list is closed as well, actually. So we're actually just wrapping up with the rest of the guys on the free list at the minute until we finish. You can maybe stick around. I don't know. Everybody on the free list so far seems to be here from what I know. But if there's somebody that misses their turn, you can get the opportunity to sort of like get their slot, but you'd go in at the end of the reading. I think Ethereal I haven't seen for a while in the chat, so I don't know if they'll be here to get their reading, so you might be able to get their spot, but you'll be last on the list. It's kind of how it works around here. Yeah. All good, mama. Okay, so yeah, they end up being sort of like casted out in the cold because I think that the controlling tendency tends to be a little bit much for you, and it's like a major red flag for you in terms of being able to feel safe in your environment, romantically speaking. So I guess the universe is going to present a romantic option to you. But there's a few red flags for you to kind of like be cognitive of when it comes to the dynamics of being a little bit controlling, I guess. Yeah. What's the advice for Sammy in navigating through the process of this situation then? Hey, Money. How are you doing, Mama? Okay, thank you. Okay. They said yes, right? Oh, thanks, Kay. That part. September is usually like this month is the month of my anniversary of my surgery as well. September's usually quite a big transit for me, has been like since like my first cycle was in September. I lost my I want to say my first dad in September. Just a lot of things. My anniversary is in September of like my primate. Just a lot of things. September is quite a big month, so no wonder it's already exhausting me. But in terms of like your guidance, Sammy, they're saying yes is sort of like the context of this romance, like it has to sort of like come into play, but there isn't necessarily abundance with it. It's not, plentiful. There's a lot of Eight of Swords energy, so there's a lot of restrictions to the situation. And it may ensue some moments or experiences of isolation because those restrictions are slowly sort of like you're defining where those restrictions are warranted, basically, in what situations, right? Good to know. I don't want that. Yeah, well, that's a dynamic with the situation. I think they're going to come in and the universe is going to present them as an option. They'll be stealthy about the fact that they're a little bit controlling, but you'll see like some of the small signs, they can be a little bit like emotionally manipulative because they're like emotionally erratic. So they have like a lot of insecurities, I guess, quite a few insecurities that they just don't know how to deal with just yet because they don't have the mental clarity on why they seem to feel the way that they feel in those situations. So they're not necessarily like fully working at that aspect of themselves. And I don't know that they'll get it per se. So I think that, bye, Kay. All good, my love. I think that that's something that you'll kind of like navigate through. That's ultimately going to be your class for 2024 in terms of romance. That person, they kick off the romance class for you in terms of 2024. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. That part. Right, guys. Who else have we got here? I think it's Smaradinia next because I was saying to Smara to put her question out there. So if you're here, Smaradinia, pop your question in the chat, please, and we will unpack it. I'm good with me and my child. So yeah, thanks. That's, and I hear you on that, beautiful. And I think that that's why it's a case that they're going to be casted out in the cold. So it becomes like definitely a bit of a 5 of swords, a 5 of pentacles energy, because they have their insecurities, and that's really where they're navigating through. And when you're navigating through insecurities, it's challenging to integrate into situations. You have to navigate through a lot of your insecurities basically and remove those as you kind of like go into those situations in your relationships. So yeah, they'll kind of just stay on that frequency and they'll get exactly what that frequency manifests, which is rejection. Nobody wants to deal with that shit. Anyways, I'm going to put some prayers out there for you, just in terms of how the person's able to sort of like come into the space and present as well. So yeah, that part. Smara, let's go and dive into it. So thank you, Sammy. Smaradina wants to know, how is Gianni feeling for me now that we are done? Has he found anyone else? I want to know the Tigra. Listen, I don't know about finding someone else. I don't think that he's there. I don't think he's looking for anything. Like, I think he's, I think he's navigated. He likes a bit of a bachelor life, my love. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know that he's looking for anyone, but because you're thinking about like in relationship context, I don't think he wants that. So I don't know that I can answer that in full context, but we'll find if there's anybody that he's engaging with casually, because that's more his vibrational speed. Okay. Yeah. How is Gianni feeling towards our girl Smaradinia now that they aren't necessarily together? Definitely feelings like a missed opportunity. Exactly, girl. He's definitely sort of like contemplating. It's like a missed opportunity. Definitely felt like it was a little bit of a stressful situation environment, and it was a lot of hard work, but he's like questioning whether or not the hard work was actually sort of like worth it in essence. Second guessing if he handled the situation appropriately to some degree. I think a part of him is like careless as well with it, and very callous. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Nice. 2 phases, huh? So he's gone through 2 phases so far. Let's go and unpack what those 2 phases are in terms of his feelings towards you in the situation. phase 1 and phase 2. Okay. So first phase, girl, he was like trying to be passive about the situation. And kind of like basically pretend like he was all cool, calm, and collected about the situation. But I think he's kind of like, he got to that place of just feeling a little bit hopeless and navigating through just a little bit of like second guessing, when that depression starts to come in, like when you start to, I'd say that he's under a level maybe 5 or 6 of depression with this situation, just kind of like from second guessing himself. So the indecisive nature, and again, these things will trigger feelings like depression to come up, because it becomes a very high intensity, like pressurized situation. Yeah, I told him why I'm done, and he said, okay, as you wish. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting because he was feeling like I wanted to kick him. I can imagine, beautiful, but he didn't want to be combative in that moment. I think he just didn't want to be combative. But I guess the first phase was navigating through some depression with the situation where he is right now. Interestingly enough, he's actually like now starting to kind of like navigate through this page of one's energy, like being a free agent and being able to obviously be out here and explore. And he's starting to get enthusiastic, I guess, to be able to live his bachelor life in peace a little bit. I mean, when he was navigating through like the feelings of depression, I want to say that lasted for about 7-8 days. And I guess he second guessed himself for a little bit, but then he got over it fairly quickly in comparison to, I guess, the downtime that you would have hoped. He just wanted to be stealthy about the situation. I think it made him feel justified because you ended it with him. So it was easy for him to kind of tell himself, well, she ended it with me. It's over. She's not coming back. So I can, I just need to pick myself up and kind of like move on. And I think since he'd been moving from that place, now in essence, it's almost like he's gotten this new perspective, I guess, from the release, and is now feeling a little bit like he wants to be able to kind of, that's okay, Mina, don't worry about it. Hey, Mani, I'm going to come and look at your thingy. Free list and donation list is closed, my love. You'll have to stick around if somebody misses their slot, and if nobody else is here to sort of like take it. Okay. But thanks for posting your question and putting it out there. You'll have to kind of like stick around to see how things play out for you. Hopefully it moves in your favor. But yes, beautiful. Now he's at the place where he's kind of like focused on his goal, and that goal is to pretty much avoid responsibility. I think he's back into his bachelor-esque mindset and lifestyle. He was down and out for a little bit, but I think he's past it now. He's kind of like accepted it. He's seen the blessing in the situation for him, because I think he felt like he was like low-key treading on eggshells a little bit, trying to navigate through the situation. So yeah, it just kind of is what it is at this point in terms of where he's at. Let's see, what's the advice for our girl Smaradinia in navigating this space? Okay, yes, so what exactly? Okay, thank you. Quick and easy, love that. And we still have yes as the undertone of this theme. Interesting. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay. Well, they're saying with the dynamics of the situation, it's almost like yeah, this isn't necessarily the right situation right now. But I guess in about a year or so, you guys seem to have like a revolving door with each other for some reason. So potentially within like 7 to maybe 9 months, possibly 10, depending on where he's at with his bravery of coming forward, he may revisit or present himself in this space again. So um, yeah, that's a situation to be seen when the time comes. You guys have a revolving door thing. It must be Mercury retrograde. Did you guys initially meet in a retrograde phase? Because that tends to have like these types of patterns and sequences. But yes, my love, it seems as though, I mean, it's over right now, but it's kind of like kaput for now type thing. I think he's gonna go, yeah. Okay, he came in during a okay, that makes sense. Okay, that means a lot of work, girl. But yeah, he'll be back on the rightly timed retrograde in a few months from now. And I guess you guys figure it out then. Maybe he might be ready. Third time's the charm. Maybe he might have grown between now and then. And he's actually able to kind of like and come to the space a little bit more whole. I think this sequence he learned that he shouldn't lie or lie by omission, because I think that's his testimony, right? He didn't lie, but by omitting information, he lied. Um, I'm sure you will, girl. I'm sure you will, because I think the timing when he comes back in is slightly awkward. It's kind of like I'm available, but not really available, but you're curious type thing. So we'll see what happens with your curiosity then. But yeah, yeah. Let me know how it goes, beautiful. That part. Ah, yes, love ma. Are you here? It's interesting though, because I think I hope that he's able to sort of get some work done in between now and then. So I hate when they come back in and then they just come and present again, and it's just like, well, what have you changed? What updates have you had? Because I'm not really trying to let this new version date like your old version. Like my old version didn't even want you. No offense. But my new version, I mean, she's grown even more. Like she definitely don't want you. So yeah, I hope that he does do some updating between now and then, for the most part. Okay, where are we, love mom? Let's have a look. Let's put the list out there. Mm. Oh, thank you, love mom. What's the question? Thank you, Smara. Thank you, beautiful. Definitely. It'll be interesting to see. I've got to go back and look at the astrological sequence that was taking place when my partner and I got together. so I can understand the levels. Actually, y'all just reminded me. I've had that on the assignment list for ages, like at least a good 5 to 7 years. Oh, yes, please, love Mark. Can you press your question, please, my love? And then we'll unpack your question. Then we've got Mina. I don't think I've seen Ethereal in the chat like the entire time. So safe to say I don't think that they're here. Okay. Oh, yes. I love that for you, Mina. I'll be going on vacation. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Yes. Oh, enjoy. Take me with you in spirit. I've been so sick today, but thankfully recovering from it now. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad that you're recovering now. I'm sorry to hear that you were sort of like navigating through your ascension symptoms in preparation for this trip to make sure that your body's optimized, because that's really like, like, because God knows everything, along the trajectory, he always plans for that. Obviously, we just plan for like the moment that we're about to have. We're like, oh my God, I needed to do this today. How could I be sick right now? But then God's like, I've got some stuff planned for you later. Get this purging out right now whilst you're actually able to navigate through these things that may be important again, but not so urgent, right? You can get to them bit by bit. I can give you enough energy bit by bit to kind of navigate, right? So I'm glad to hear that, you've optimized enough for the ascension shift. And yeah, I'm glad you're going into it a lot more prepared, genetically speaking. So that's what's up. I love that for you. But no, I don't even know that I think I'm going to be live probably next Saturday. Maybe. We'll have to see as well. We'll have to see as well, guys, because I don't know where I'm going to be with Mother Nature by then. So we'll see. And I learned the hard way. I just shouldn't channel when that's a thing. That's still so hilarious to me. Oh my God. I laughed at the moment. I actually like, oh, you'll be back on Saturday. Okay, cool. That's what's up. You might want to chill though, Mina. I don't want to, have you out here, because that's what, when you were sort of like sleeping earlier, that was the thing that they were saying, you need the sleep, basically. So now I know why you needed the sleep. That's what's up, because they were like, you need the sleep. There's things that you're going to be sort of like doing after the facts as well when we finish up here. So I love that. Okay. Right. So Love Ma wants to know the details about the father of her future children. Is he someone I know or someone new? I'm getting partially new for you, and I want to dive into it so I can get the full context of it. I'm hearing like an updated version of someone like you that you haven't seen for a long time. So I'm trying to, someone that you haven't seen for a long time. Very long time. Very unexpected, I guess, as well, connection. The interaction before was not really giving. No, not an ex. Actually, just someone that was around a long time ago when you were a lot younger. One that you'd least expect. I want to say, I don't want to say family friend, but kind of, let's put it like that. I mean, Let's put it like that, because I guess that's how you guys will kind of like cross paths again. Yeah. Yeah. Family friend that one lost connection with. And the dynamics kind of like shift and change. Yeah. That's interesting. Okay, so how do you see the dynamics of this relationship playing out? Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, definitely. Family is a big factor to this situation because we've got the 10 of Pentacles here twice. Yeah, I can't understand who he will be. Yeah. Well, they're saying it's a family friend from a while ago, at least over 10 years ago or just under. There's been like 9 years of no contact or no communication as such. You guys were friends or friendly towards each other. It's interesting because they're sort of showing me in terms of like the dynamics with you guys. It's almost like there's been a lot of setbacks, I guess, being able to sort of come together because there's a little bit, okay, so it's going to be a challenge when you guys, so he's not come into this space yet, he's actually coming back into the space. Is it younger? What do you mean? Is he younger, the guy? No, I wouldn't say that he's younger. I think you guys are actually around about the same age. I think he's probably a year or two older, in fact. But you guys are sort of like similar age group. It seems like, yeah, I figured. Not younger, around about the same age group, maybe a year or two older. And it seems like, I guess you guys may have known of each other because you guys were friendly towards each other, but it feels like there's a little bit of a resistance almost initially, like when he sort of like comes back in and is presented as a possible romantic interest, because I think he finds himself attracted to you and you're the one who kind of like takes some time to suss it out. I don't know. I don't know. Did you have a neighbor who went abroad around about maybe 9 years or so ago? Because that's the timeline that they're sort of saying to me, between 8 to 9 years ago. They're sort of saying to me, that's okay, okay, okay. So that may be the person that's sort of like coming back into the space, sort of stirring up romantic interest, I guess. You guys have an interesting chemistry this time round in terms of like the interaction. And I feel like, sorry. Oh, sorry. I was thinking, what the hell is that? I was being nosy, y'all. I was thinking, what is that? But no. Yeah, he comes back into the space, and I think that you maybe are a little bit like puzzled. You're a little bit perplexed as to what to do with these new romantic feelings because that's like a new territory for you. And I'm nosy. It was so interesting because there was a car and it was like going around the road, but from an angle, it looked like a face of somebody that was like wearing a helmet that had light inside of it, but they didn't have it. It was weird. So I was like looking at it and then it broke the channel. So my bad, y'all. But I'm back in the space. Okay. Into here. Um, with the guy, you seem to be, yeah, just a little bit perplexed as to like what sort of energy to bring to the space, but they just come in and they're like, I like what I see. Like there's an instant attraction to you. And I think that there's, because of the element of familiarity as well, um, they are naturally just quite drawn to you and they're intrigued and they want to know more naturally, right? So those are some of the things that I guess you're battling against, where it's like, oh, I do know you. It is familiar. I don't necessarily know if I can kind of like transition from where we were to something like that. What does that even look like? Can I even trust you in that space? If I give you that part of myself, like, what does that mean? Like, there's so many questions that you basically navigate through for you in the dynamic in the situation. Um, so yeah, there's definitely an element of being very sort of like guarded and overly protective with this space, right? Yeah. Was there an attraction to this person, or was it a case that like you guys were too young to even sort of like be in that sort of space to even figure that out? Help me understand that, because that seems like the challenge that you guys would be navigating through initially, at least, anyways. Mm. Yeah, when we were younger. Okay, so there was already some chemistry in the space. You wanted him. Interesting. Well, mama, my, how the roles have changed. He comes back and now that those scenes that you done planted, girl, they gonna manifest. Yeah, they're gonna manifest. I think it's a little bit of a delay before he actually gets back over to you there. I think that it takes maybe a year or two for him to like get back into this space. Yeah, see, we're on the same page. Don't worry. I got you, mama. I don't think it's something that's imminent right now. So we're talking timelines now. Um, I don't think it's something that's a right now situation. I think it takes him like a year or two to sort of get back into the space when it comes to you. But when you guys kind of like get into this space, yeah, I think I'll tell you what, I think it's interesting then, because if you wanted him before as well, it would be interesting seeing how you feel coming into the space. Sorry, my mind just literally thought to myself, oh my god, I can't wake up. I can't wait to wake up tomorrow and make some banana fritters for breakfast. I'm sorry, love ma. My human is basically preparing her breakfast for tomorrow in your eating. Okay, my bad. That just tickled me. But no, seeing as you were the one that actually wanted, it was so random. It was such a random thought. But then I thought my mouth was like salivating. I was like, oh, so I had to acknowledge the thought. But love mom, the fact that you were obviously like interested, yeah. It's so funny because I'm like actually trying to like hold about the channel, but the fact that you were like interested before, it's interesting because this time round, like I guess you're kind of like wanting to be stealthy. I think before it was a situation where there was an attraction, but you also see the way that he like flexes, and you see that he's quite charming, very charismatic, and you question whether or not like that would be a challenge for you to navigate through, because you don't like wandering eyes type situation, like you like your partner to be all about you type thing. So I think that's potentially like some of the factors as to why you question, do I want to sort of like cross that boundary or barrier in the space. So it's interesting, but you guys figure it out. You guys figure it out. You guys battle through it. I'm not gonna lie. The first like 2 to 3 years, there's a lot of questioning the relationship. There's a lot of like being combative, like everything's an argument, even when it doesn't need to be. Situations that should just be like, let's just agree to disagree at least, is not that simple. So the first 2 to 3 years is a challenge, but if you guys hang in there, there's a shift that happens in the 4th year and the 5th year. I think the 4th year, there's probably actually like a child involved. 4th year, and there's a different sort of dynamic for you guys from there. Okay, let's see, what do we want to sort of like, what's the guidance then for love more and navigating through the situation? Okay, they're saying it's not a firm no. Okay. In fact, it's a very firm yes, right? But you just have to trust the process and wait for things to kind of like play out. Okay. I think that there's a reason why you asked that question. And I think that there's a reason potentially, because I think that the first 2 to 3 years, you'll meet a lot of breaking points for you within the relationship. But the universe, for the sake of the child, the children, I want to say, because I think that there's 3, but the first child's timeline becomes very imminent for you guys. So the universe continues to recourse you guys and bring you guys back into each other's orbit for the 2 to 3 year mark, which you then sort of like fall pregnant around about 3 years, 6 or 7 months in. And that's where things kind of like shift for you guys. Okay. And I feel like that you guys can, because I feel like because you guys knew each other as well when you guys were younger as well, there's a certain level of comfort, and it's like your hothead tendencies tends to like collide with each other in situations. And I think after motherhood, that brings you to a different state. And I think for him as well, being able to experience you in that state as well, he gets to be able to kind of like have a different appreciation for your femininity as well. Okay. So yes, Mama, I hope that that was useful for you. Damn, I didn't even realize that they were, creating that behind the scenes, but talk about when you least expect it. There's still some more, like, that's okay, beautiful. Thank you. That was quite a question, and they were quite, I guess, specific about the individual. So that's good. I guess when he shows up, you can be like, "Hey, hubby, you ready?" Right. So we got this ahead, we got that ahead, but there's 3 little babas. Hello, Gustavo. The free list is closed, but you no, the donation list is closed as well, actually. And I think that the list in general is now like fully made up. Ethereal wasn't here. Kayla Tillett. What happened to Ethereal's slot? So where's Ethereal? Ethereal's after Mina. Okay. The free list is closed. Absolutely. Ethereal is after Mina, but Ethereal's not here. So there is an opening, but there was someone else as well that I promised that to. If they were still here, I forgot their name. Sorry, I'm scrolling through the chat. Marnie, are you still here, my love? Because your chat is actually, your question or whatever's still in the chat. So if Marnie's still here, Marnie can actually get ethereal slot. But if Marnie's not here, Gustavo, if you want Marnie's slot, you can go to the end of the list as well. Yeah, I thought so. I didn't see ethereal. I haven't seen them throughout the whole reading, but I did obviously change the day, so I understand if they weren't able to make it today. But yeah. Oh, that's what's up, Marnie. Stick Marnie on the list. Marnie will be after Kayla. And that part, right? Good for you, Marnie. That's how you do that. Okay? There we go. Right, Mina, let's get your question out there. Thank you, Mina. There we go. And then I think Rika's sleeping as well, so you're going to need to sort of wake her up as well as I'm doing your reading, because she was asking when to pop back in. Okay, so let's dive into it. Okay. Okay, so Mina wants to know, guys, Showcat's current, we'll start with the feelings towards her. Oh, thank you, Mina, for your precious time and energy. Okay. Okay. Interesting. He's not necessarily feeling so confident about the space. Are you guys in communication now? Oh. Because I think he still feels like there's a little bit of passive, guardedness. Let me know if you guys are in communication now. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. He still feels like there's a little bit of guardedness. But I think he feels like he's learning. He's kind of like, that was a necessary boundary builder, so you can kind of like learn certain things about each other. I think he like is kind of planning how to utilize just what you guys have been through recently. Like, he's trying to be a lot more stealthy. I think he genuinely doesn't want to basically like make you feel a type of way. So he wants to be able to kind of like protect your peace as well. And I think he's kind of like looking forward, I guess, to on how to be able to sort of like expedite that for you. What's his thought process then towards Mina? Oh, again, we have the Six of Swords. Okay. Showcat's thought process towards Mina. Like, what's his thoughts at the minute? Okay, thank you. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so how is he responding? Me being away for a week. Well, I think that that's the thing that he's kind of thinking about at the minute. So you're right. You're right on the money with that one. I think he is going to be a little bit moody about it. I think that he's challenged mentally at processing that, because I think he spends a lot of his time, like there's parts of his day that he looks forward to and being able to communicate with you, I guess. Do you guys communicate like pretty regularly? Do you guys sort of like communicate like at least a good 2-3 times throughout the day, like with messages and stuff back and forth? I have to ask because I'm trying to sort of like understand where the like adjustment process is sort of like taking place for him, because he seems like he's kind of like adjusting mentally to the thought that, you know, it's not, yeah. Yes, he often initiates conversation, like always. Communication is quite frequent. That's the thing. I think so. That's where he's kind of like, you know, he's kind of learning how to navigate through that space. I think he's moody about it. I'm not gonna lie, because I think he's figuring out like, how the hell am I gonna do this? Because usually he's quite impulsive in terms of like his communication. It could be like just random. So I think it's just one of those things where he's trying to think about, okay, well, how am I going to navigate through that? Like, what's that situation going to be like? What's that going to feel like? What do I do with all this like time? Nobody else cares to like basically humor me in these ways that you would, type thing, Mina. So I think he's kind of like amping himself up for like how he's gonna navigate. Listen, when you do come back after this week, like you gonna get more messages, girl. Okay? And they're gonna be even more random. Okay? Just to make up for this week. Because by the way, he's working it up in his mind. Like, I'm sure he's gonna overcompensate once you're back. But yeah, he's definitely not necessarily happy about it. But he's figuring it out. That's what I'd say with that situation. Let me go and see what your guidance is. Oh, snap. What's the guidance for our girl Mina navigating through the situation? I still remember the last time he went for Trek, he flooded me with texts like crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Once you're back, expect some of that kind of energy again, girl. It's like a crackhead. But instead, he's a Mina head. And he's like, oh my God, what do I do without Mina? I shouldn't laugh. Because obviously, clearly, he has anxious attachment style, which is very, very disturbing in relationships. Actually, it's a very toxic trait to like keep up with, because the expectations can be so high. But clearly, that's what happens when people may have their own like issues with abandonment as well, or like sort of like emotional abuse as well. Ooh. Listen, prepare yourself, girl. Prepare yourself, okay? When he got back from the trek, he got crazy with floods of text. Yeah, he's gonna be doing the same thing. It's gonna be everything that he held in for that week. Bam, 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 bam. Oh my God. Listen, he is funny. Anyways, what's the advice for Lena in navigating through the situation with stray cats? He is funny though. He is so funny. What's the advice for a girl? Come on, y'all. Clearly as you can, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They're like, she knows what to do. They said, forgive. Okay? They're like, forgive. No, they're like, look, this isn't going to be like any situation that's unlikely. You know what to expect in this space. So just forgive what's his natural nature as it shows up. You don't have to like remain positive about the situation. You'll get through it. He just needs to get it out. Once he gets it out, give it about 3 days or so, and then he'll kind of be like fully rested by then. All the will be kind of like back to normality after that point. I think he just needs to get it out of his system because he missed you. Because he didn't have anybody to like put all of this like space. It's a lot of his like thought processes that he actually only shares with you because nobody else gets it and nobody else humors him. Like I said, like they're just very blunt about the fact that they don't get it and they don't care. So he likes engaging in those spaces with you because you might care or you might, at least humor him. So he misses all of that. So he's like storing all of that up for like when it happens. And when you get back, yeah, prepare yourself, girl. I'm telling you, it's like he's like, must like there's a clock and a timer, and it's so funny. Like in my mind, it's like he can like he's just waiting for the timer to like clock down, and then that moment it's like, oh, she's back. It's funny. It's hilarious. But yeah. Honestly, because that's what it's like. That's honestly what it looks like in his mind. Like he's just like literally sat there waiting for you to actually like be back and present. And the moment that he knows that you're back and present, like it's just, yeah. But they said you know what to expect. Just forgive him for being himself. And yeah, you haven't got to remain like positive about the situation or anything like that. It's not even anything negative. There's no need to worry about it. Just yeah, hold your own. You know how to navigate when he does that, when he's like overexcitable. That's one of the things he appreciates as well. I hope that was useful for you then, my love. Oh, dude. He is funny. He is quite the character. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you, my love. Right. Do we want to go and get Rika so she can put her little... Is Kayla still here? Are you still here, Kayla? Girl, you might need to call her. You might need to call her, Mina. You might need to jump off and call her because she is in like stage 3 sleep. So yeah. Exactly. I just said that. Yeah. You might need to call her. Okay. Yeah. That's too funny. Oh, dude. if you've got her question, you can throw it out there and I'll read it at the end of the chat. Yeah, I was like calling for Kayla, but I don't see her like answering. I'm not sure if she's here. Oh, okay. Try and give her a call. See if you can get her up. Marnie, it's your lucky day, girl. Look at that. God was like, he moved mountains for you. Those 2 mountains were Rika and Kayla. Put your question in the chat, Marnie. It's your lucky evening. You can put your question out there, Marnie. Hey, Zoha. How are you doing? Where's Kayla as well? I haven't seen Kayla for a little bit. Let me see. It was a while ago that Kayla was in the chat. Oh, Zoha. Listen, if Kayla doesn't come back into the room, I can answer your question. Okay? But at the minute, oh damn, I knew she was out. She's pretty deep. To be fair, she's pretty deep in the sleep. She's pretty deep in the sleep. We'll let her sleep. It's okay. I guess next week I'll be live on Saturday. So back it up and maybe get her question. Yeah, and I'll see what I can do at the end. But hopefully she can get like, oh, Kayla's here. That's what's up. I was literally just going to think as well, Kayla, that means that you need to put your question out there then, beautiful. Rika's like fast asleep. She's not going to be present. So you can put your question in the chat. Sorry, Marnie. Oh, the ethereal. Where did you come from? Ethereal. Oh my God. I haven't seen you the whole time. That is too funny. That is hilarious. I have been busy with school. Well, look at how God, like, released you. Oh my days, and look at everybody putting their fingies out as well. Oh, snap. Okay. Don't worry. We got this. Okay. Yes, Ethereal. Okay, because you were actually after Mina and we've been trying to wrap this up. We're gonna go in this order. So Ethereal can post their question, right? But it's okay, Mina. Ethereal is gonna post their question because they were actually after you. Rika's gone, I guess, and we'll just do Kayla and Marnie afterwards. So that's fine. Oh my God, that was like too funny. That was hilarious. Sorry, I'm gonna like star you guys' questions as well. Marnie, I've starred your question. You're gonna be after Kayla. And then Kayla, I'm going to start your question. You'll be next after Ethereal. Zoha, stick around, my love. We'll see how I feel after I navigate through the chaos of what's just ensued upon us. Because that was funny. I was like, Ethereal, I ain't seen you the whole time. Oh, listen, your guides timed that so appropriately. That was hilarious. Were you here the whole time? Wow. Your guides timed that perfectly. I'll tell you what's even better. They had us distracted trying to wake up Rika in the meantime. That's a great diversionary tactic. They did their thing. Okay? You you make sure you go on a sidebar and thank them for that moment. Okay? This is how they be organizing ish for you just your whole life. Because that was perfectly timed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, girl. You better. They orchestrate the whole thing. That was hilarious though. Okay, so let's see your question. How does E truly feel about me? Okay, guys, we want to get some clarity for our ethereal goddess. How does E really feel about her? Like, truly. Not the distortion, like the depth of the feeling. Okay. Give it to me, guys. How does E feel about our girl? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Oh, a lot of introverted energy. Okay. Mina, let's throw Zoha on the list. If you're still here, Zoha, if you're still here, give me a little I'm here, or put your hands up. Throw your hands up in the chat if you're still here. Yeah, he's a serious introvert. I feel like he gives mixed signals. Yeah, I can imagine, because like all of the cards here are like reverse. All the energy is introverted. So I'm getting tired of it all. Like, it's so annoying. Oh, I can imagine. Okay, so if Zoha isn't here, we'll leave the list as it is. If Zoha's here, we'll throw them on. But in terms of the dynamics with you, no, because once I make up my mind not to be interested, that's it. No, and I get that. Looking at the situation though, it seems that he doesn't really know what he wants when it comes to a situation with you. We've got some Ace of Wands energy. So there's clearly Ace of Swords energy. There's Ace of Wands energy here as well. That's ultimately how he's going to not necessarily be taking accountability. There'll be a lot more delays because of his tendency to be indecisive. There's definitely, like, the theme of this is definitely delay. And that delay seems to be getting caused by the confusion. He is indecisive. Let me have a look with the romance cards to clarify this, because it seems like he's not making any new actions moving forward, and he doesn't really have any new clarity on the situation at all. he still just seems to be in that very same place of indecisiveness, I'm afraid, Mama. Okay. Clarify for me, guys. Like his true feelings. Thank you. They were very clear. Okay. Okay. He wants to flirt with the idea. I'm going to get rid of his energy after this. And I get you there. I get you there, Mama. I get you there. I think he's kind of like flirting with the idea of this situation really developing romantically. It's almost like a non-starter. It's like a start-stop. I think he's flirting with the idea, but he's not really sure if he wants that for himself, to be fair. I think he's not really made a definitive decision there just yet. And I think he was like trying to kind of like, he was trying to make it work, I guess, or trying to figure out how to appease you, but he just couldn't. That's just me being honest. He couldn't. He's still just confused as to whether or not he wants to do like the whole relationship thing. And even if he does want to do the relationship thing, he's figuring out if he wants to do it with you, if I'm honest. So I think those are some of the questions that he's navigating through. Like test the waters. Yeah, I don't think he wants to really go there. Do you see him acting on said feelings, guys? I'm gonna sort of. Yeah, well, I had to be, because I think that he's not. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. I'm just being honest. I think there's a lot of delays and stagnation moving forward. I don't think he's sure about you. I think he's not really made up his like mind about you. And when I say mind, I mean heart, basically. I know. And that's the thing. He was flirting with the idea of marriage. He was just flirting with that idea. He was flirting. Like, these are the romance cards that we've got basically to clarify his energy. Okay. He was flirting with the idea of marriage, but it's not necessarily something that, like, he doesn't really necessarily want a relationship as such. And if he does want a relationship, he's still trying to figure out, like I said, if he wants a relationship with you. I think those are some of the things that he hasn't definitively decided just yet. I just wish he didn't play with me. Yeah, me too, Mama. Don't worry. Let's see. What's the guidance for our girl, ethereal goddess, in navigating through this situation? Oh, girl, I was literally just thinking the same thing. I was thinking, oh, this makes sense why you guys brought her in here. Like, I was just having the conversation with them in my mind. So, like, I was literally like, okay, guys, I see why you guys brought her here. Like, clearly she needed, and I think they were also saying, and this is exactly why we brought her here. So everybody's on the same accord. That's exactly why you got brought to this space, so that we can clarify this stuff, because his confusion became your confusion because of his indecisiveness giving you these mixed signals, right? And I saw a stop sign and it kept sticking out to me, and I was like, stop what? Like, it was so obvious to me because I was driving and I saw it. Yeah, girl. Yeah. What's the guidance for ethereal goddess navigating through the situation moving forward? Like, how does our girl? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. They said this, girl. They said, you're ready. Okay, they said you're ready. You know that there's no big happy changes coming with this situation. Okay, and you're ready for that. That's okay. You just, as you continue to navigate through the process, you ask for help where you might need help to be able to sort of like distance yourself and remove yourself from the space and situation and take the appropriate action. Okay? Because it's just going to be more confusion. It's just going to be an ever-growing bubble of confusion, actually. So yeah, I'm sorry I didn't have better news for you, but I'm glad I had some honesty for you that you can appreciate. Okay, that part, because they don't know where they're at themselves, to be fair. Yeah, well, that part too. That part too. No, I'm so happy you were honest. No, I'm glad that you were open to like the honesty. I see why your guys were like adamant about bringing you into this space. You know what I mean? Because I guess they've been saying it to you, and they were like, yeah, we'll bring you over here so we can like properly sort of like put it into context. But yeah, sorry, Mama. I'm very glad, and I have no issues leaving him with his confusion. He's confused. He's confused. And I don't think it's just you. I think obviously he would do the same thing if it was anybody else. And I don't think he really understands why he has commitment issues. So it's not your problem to figure out, really. But yes, hope that was useful for you. They're beautiful. All right, who have we got next on the list? That happened so quickly. We have, and I like the fact that you don't take it personal, because I'm just a messenger. Do you know what I mean? Like half the time they say stuff and I'm just like, oh, can I say that? Thank you, beautiful. Oh, yes, Kayla, it's you next. Yes, I think I've got your question, Mama. Don't worry. There we go. I started. Right. I'm going to finish eating my little snack before it, like, basically gets stale. But we're picking up the pace. I like this. We've got 2 more to go. And then I'm off for the night. I can't with you, girl. I just read your question, but I'm going to read it out loud. You're funny. Okay. Right, guys. Kayla's question is, what is Dee's? We're going to start with the feelings first, because then that will clarify the thought process that may be arising as a result. What's Dee's feelings towards her? Y'all know who Dee is. Y'all have seen their interaction, right? What's his feelings towards her? I bet you do, girl. No. How funny. Oh, here we go. Oh. Clarify. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I can imagine. Snap. I can imagine. I want to put this into context, because I've got some 9 of Cups energy here, which is all about like wishful thinking and, happiness and satisfaction. So I want to get a little bit of clarity. I want to put that into context. Feelings wise, guys, clarify for me. Thank you. Okay. Married? Is Mr. D married? Because what I'm sensing, and this is why I wanted to clarify it as well. As far as like the initial cards here, because when I clarified it, they said that the attachment is towards like family dynamics and situation. And this is the journey of being able to find that happiness within being able to balance the family dynamics. So I think that he's kind of okay, family dynamics. Okay, so that would be the dynamics of a situation. Okay. Yeah, I think his focus on the situation is being able to get a coin. And that would be ultimately the wish fulfillment for him with the situation. I think he's flattered, I guess, by knowing that some of his students, I guess, finds him attractive. But I think his focus ultimately, when it comes to the situation, is the fact that he's kind of like focused on his goal in the space, which is to be able to kind of like, you know, make things okay for his family dynamic and situation. Okay. What's his thought process? Let's have a little look at that. What are his thoughts towards our girl Kayla? Okay, yeah. Just focused on the goals. He doesn't want no beef, no conflicts. Okay. Okay, thought process on you is that he finds that there's some maturing to do. Do you see us having anything besides school? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. I think that he's not necessarily looking to jeopardize his situation at the minute. And I think that I'm going to say this. I think that even if there's an attraction, I think, yeah, he finds you're a pretty girl. But I think it's almost like, in all honesty, he finds you a little bit not that mature. I don't know if he basically doesn't trust that like you'd be able to handle a situation like that, pretty much. So yeah, on that basis, I don't see anything besides school, because that was the whole, like, his thought process was really just more of a case that his thought process was more of a case that like he was looking at your maturity levels, and that's what he was kind of like observing in this space. So yeah, I don't see anything sort of like manifesting from the situation. His family situation seems pretty complex as well, so I don't know that that makes sense to do. And I think he's still trying to figure that out as well. So yeah, he's still on that journey. And what's the guidance for our girl Kayla in navigating the situation with Mr. D? What do you guys recommend? Okay, thank you. Ready for what? Okay. You're ready for what? What exactly? Thank you. Pardon me. Okay, sorry, I had to sort of lay that out to really get the full scope and understanding. Okay. Okay. Well, firstly, they're saying, I guess, do stop romanticizing the situation with Mr. D. As far as these potential opportunities, they're almost non-existent, and they're saying there's something better nonetheless, and you're actually ready to kind of like move down that course of action. This situation is far too sticky and complicated. Yeah, it needs to know where safe or positive, they say. So yeah, that is the advice. That's too funny. But no, I hope that that was useful for you, Mama. They said that that's the only peaceful resolution to this situation. Okay, stop romanticizing. You're ready to do all of that, but there'll be something better that's more aligned with like what you need as well. Like, let's take that into consideration, right? Okay, Marnie, we are finally back to you, my love. I've got your question as well. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. That part. Hey, AK, we'll see how I feel after my last reading. I've been in here for like 4 hours already. And I'm winding down. It depends on how quick I can get my final reading done because the free list is closed, the donation list is closed. But I'm working on energy at the minute to see. Okay. Money, I've already got your question, my love. Are you still here? Because I'm going to repost it. Finally, right? I thought the same thing, girl. Because I felt like you got it and then you didn't get it, and now you're getting it again, but it's real this time. Listen, talk about Mercury retrograde delays, mate. Definitely. That's hilarious. But yeah. Oh no, I've got Marnie's question from before she posted. I've got two of them starred actually. So okay, so I'm gonna post the first one because I think it basically like answers the second one. Let me read them both and see. Hey mama, I'm a Sag and my ex is a Libra. Her name is Gabby. Does that connection come to a total stop or is it fruitful? I need to know because I'm at a standstill. I need to know her feelings for me. Okay, and what did you say in the other question? I'm a Sag and my ex is a Libra, has our connection, is okay, same thing. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna go with this question because it I guess gives a broader scope on the situation and we're gonna unpack it for you. Sorry, it was going to get stale. It was the last one in there, really. There wasn't any other crisps in there to keep its company, so it was getting lonely. I thought I'd do it a favor. Right, so let's go and dive into it. Okay. So, how do you see things playing out for Gabby and our girl Marnie moving forward? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. It's a whole story. So let me go and grab all of that. Dang. Okay. I might be unpacking cards for a minute. Bear with me. Okay. So we've got 10 cards. Okay. So this is about completing a cycle, essentially. In order to start again. Okay. So I'm going to upload it. Okay. So I'm going to get a playback and then I'll feed it back to you. Give me a second, Mama. Okay. Okay. I'm going to say this to you. There will be a reunion. You guys will come back together, however, it still lacks focus. There's still no clear directive. And because of that, you guys continue to do a little bit of the same issues that you guys had been working on, or rather not working on. They continue to play out. Right. So that's why I wanted to pretty much like have a proper look at the situation. So a few of the issues that you guys have in terms of the dynamic that you guys are navigating through, from what I can see, there are certain work, I guess. One of you is a little bit more, you don't respond well to stress. You tend to be kind of like, you give up fairly quickly as soon as the environment, not necessarily you, I'm saying one of you guys in the situation, just to clarify, right? I don't know if this is your energy or theirs. But one of you guys seem to be very, when it comes to stress, you guys can be quite passive. You just want to stay in a resting state, don't want to be bothered a lot of the times. And because of that, it can be a little bit difficult to actually navigate through situations together. This is actually why you guys struggle to get part. These are some of the things that you guys struggle with in the relationship, and there'll be tests that will continue to play out to challenge you guys to basically like either relinquish this bad habit or just decide not to be together, because it's going to continue to be a thing. Okay, let's dive into it. Put it into context for me as well, guys. Does that make sense what I'm saying to you, Moni? In terms of like one of you guys in the space, the one who doesn't handle stress well tends to be a main factor in terms of you guys' ability to be able to overcome some of the challenges. They seem to be a major hindrance. Is that your energy or theirs? Let me ask you that. Chocolate chip. Lovely. Money. Okay. 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 I had a sense that it was her energy, but I didn't want to over speak on it. I didn't want to just place the energy, but okay, that's good to know. Okay. That's really challenging for conflict resolution classes in romance. Okay. let's see what we can advise for you in terms of navigating through that dynamic, right? Because she's going to come back. We want to figure out how to keep her stayed back, right? Because there's no point in you guys continuing to do like the revolving door thing. You might as well just work out the issues that are, you know? Otherwise, it's like when they come back in, the universe gives you guys an opportunity to be able to figure out if you guys can grow together. When the tests show up and you guys show, I guess, that you can't, then the universe is like, okay, we'll call it quits. We'll call it a truce. Right. So it's almost like you guys have to actually work through the issues or you'll be forced to stay apart, basically. Show me. How do you advise our girl Marnie to like navigate through Gabby's tendency to shy away from resolving conflicts and being able to navigate through potentially high stressors environment? How do you advise our girl Marnie deals with that? With Gabby, thank you. Okay. 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 So, a few things that they've said. They said it's about like helping them to shift their perspective on being a little bit unrealistic, because that's what happens when they sort of like get overwhelmed by the high stresses. They can be very unrealistic. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's almost like the things that happen in life that are just natural life things. Yeah, bro, I'm still here. I'm wrapping up though. It's the last reading. Yeah, so when those situations show up, it's about really sort of like giving her the opportunity to be able to come around to perspective. I think the way that you go about it as well is pretty okay. So this is what they're saying. Interesting, because this is how you also don't necessarily help the situation. Like you're very much like, oh, can't you just deal with this, and can't you see the situation? Like, so your delivery is what doesn't necessarily help the situation. Your frustration basically like exhibits impatience when you're delivering, and it doesn't necessarily bode well for the situation, because then again, somebody who doesn't necessarily like stress, having to obviously navigate through a vibration that is vibrating that low when it comes to you know, frustration. Yeah, I know. Like I see you guys literally arguing in the kitchen, and her thing is like, no, 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 like she just doesn't want to go to certain conversations or topics or whatever because it's just too much. But your situation is, you basically are like pressing the button. You know, like a vending machine, right? That's broken. And like you put your money in, the vending machine took your money, right? So you want what you done paid for type thing, and you're like pressing the button, pressing that. That would be you. Okay, you already invested your time and energy into the space, and you were like pressing that button, trying to get what you're owed. And she's like, BRB. I can't do this right now. I just can't do this right now. So I think it's one of those types of situations where you don't necessarily help the situation too well either. That's not really the approach that's going to help her to feel any less stressed in the space, and it's also not going to allow for her to feel safe enough, basically, to feel like, okay, let's figure this out together. I think what you're doing is the actual opposite of what you mean to do in the space, which is to be able to like just clarify the perspective a little bit, clear her third eye a little bit so she can like properly see what the reality of the situation is. But it's not about breaking down, because gaslighting is a real thing, right? And it may feel like gaslighting to her if you're basically just completely breaking down her perception on a situation to the point where she might experience cognitive dissonance. So she starts to displace the information that you're giving naturally, because it's more comfortable to be in her perspective. Do you see what I'm saying? So you have to be mindful, because this is where you guys start to clash heads as a result of that type of dynamic. The better way to navigate through that situation would be to kind of like ask questions so that you can like basically guide her to your perspective through her being able to sort of like, oh, but okay, well, how did you even come to that like conclusion? How does that make sense in your mind? Okay, right. Well, I think in my perception, the reason why I asked that question is because this. So then, do you see what I'm saying? So you explain a little, you ask a question. You explain a little, you ask a question. And I think that that would help to displace like her defense to wanting to be safe so much. And again, because she's not really good at conflict resolution, and she's not really good with dealing with high stresses in her environment, like you kind of have to warm her up. You can't just like completely like just rip the band-aid off. You kind of have to warm her up. Okay, because if you just rip the band-aid off, I tell you what, she's gonna run. Okay, she's gonna run, find herself a little corner to like lick her wounds, and she's gonna stay there for a while. Okay, and you guys are gonna have to deal with these like, because she wants to come back in, and then when she comes back in, she's still dealing with this issue, right? And you're still dealing with figuring out how to nurture her through this issue that she's also growing in, but it's also helping you to grow in other areas of your nurturing capabilities as well. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, yes, she's gonna come back in, but y'all are gonna have to like really actually like work on conflict resolution class, because it's the one thing that continues to keep you guys like this. You come together and then it's like it's inevitable that you guys must separate again. Okay. Let's close out the space with the overall guidance for you on the situation. What is the overall guidance for Marnie in navigating through the space with Gabby? Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. They do also want to let you know that over the course of the next few weeks, so I want to say between 7 to possibly 9 weeks, it's a no. It's not a yes situation. You guys are still basically navigating through the recent episodes of what's transpired after around about like week 10, 11. I guess things starts to open up, the unlikely air starts to clear, the stars starts to align, if you will. And I guess there's more of an opening for you guys to be able to kind of navigate through the recovery period of the ashes of where the relationship is now. Okay. So there's still quite a road ahead for you guys. This gives you some time to prepare. Okay. That part. I hope that that was useful for you though, my love. Whew. Right, that's it. AK, are you still here? Let me know if I'm reading for you as well. And then I'm going to close out the space. It's going to be a quick one because I'm supposed to be off of here before 3. I needed to hear this. Thank you. God only knows why I woke up to this. Listen, beautiful. You definitely needed to hear it, because I think obviously it's one thing for you guys to come back together, but if you guys keep doing the same thing over and over again, like it's pointless. And it's not that you guys don't want to be with each other, it's that you guys just don't seem to be able to figure out how to be with each other. As you guys are navigating through these areas of yourself that needs to grow into fitting with each other. It's like pieces of a puzzle that has to kind of like reshape itself to basically like merge together. So yeah, thank you for waking up to it, that part. And you waited your turn as well, so your patience paid off. Keep us posted. Let me know how it goes. Yeah, I think her heart is a little bit like passive towards you. I'm not gonna lie. That I think that that's why the final guidance from the angels were like, look, this isn't something that's gonna be like a yes in the next few weeks. You guys are still navigating through some healing over the course of the next 9 to 10 weeks. Okay. Once she's out of that place of like some like little bitterness, um, she'll be able to sort of like feel the space, the love that's been there for you inevitably all along. It's just she's blocked herself from feeling it because there's a little bit of bitterness. I think your delivery, you've got to work on your delivery, Marnie. It's important. Okay. She's very soft and fragile in just how she receives information. So just take that into consideration. Not everybody likes a hard hit like you. Okay. Not everybody likes 100% honesty. Some people like 30, maybe 35%. Okay. And they want the delivery to be a gentle approach. And that's their prerogative. That's where they're at in their growing stage because their human may not be able to withstand the full impact of like 100% honesty. You know what I mean? Because the truth hurts and it daggers. So, yeah, that part. But nonetheless, I'm sure that you guys will figure it out. Right, guys, I don't think AK's here, so I think I am being signed off, which is lovely. I'm heading off before 3 o'clock, so that's a plus for me. Okay. On that note, that's all good. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. I will see you guys next Saturday to do this again. Hopefully the Mercury retrograde won't delay any further because I even took long to get into the space tonight, but yeah, I'll prepare myself for it. Okay. On that note, hopefully you guys have an amazing week ahead. Mina, enjoy your mountain trip. And yeah, keep me posted and let me know how like that unfolds with Showcat when you get back. Oh, he's funny. Oh, love y'all. I'm gonna do a little sign out, y'all. Let's get the outro going.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Thank you guys. I will catch you guys next Saturday. Enjoy. God bless. Ta-ra, guys.